really? That's good news.
Yo, 14, you got another one.
So we take what comes as it comes. And, elected politicians do what they do, and we don't criticize that. We don't have opinions.
Gentlemen's time has expired, and the gentleladies.
Thank you, and thank you, Sam.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here with us today. I am Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, and I am from deep South Texas, a largely Hispanic district, a rural community right there on the border of Texas and Mexico. I serve as the Vice Chair for Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, and it's difficult for families right now to afford a home on an average paycheck. I'm committed to finding affordable housing solutions for the people in my community, but also for all over the nation. So, Chair Powell, mortgage rates remain significantly elevated relative to Treasury yields, with spreads well above historical norms. To what extent does the Federal Reserve believe its balance sheet policy, particularly the runoff of MBS holdings, is contributing to this widening, and how does that factor into your broader assessment of financial conditions?
I don't think that our runoff of MBS is a particularly large contributor to that situation. I also think it's not just interest rates, it's so many things around housing now. It's insurance, it's materials, it's land acquisition, it's labor. There's so many cost pressures that are pushing up housing costs.
Thank you. With that being said, moving on to an entirely different topic, if the Federal Reserve focuses on issues outside its dual mandate, there are more opportunities for policy mistakes. How can you ensure that no other climate policy work is being done at the Federal Reserve?
So it is a big risk to our independence if we were to stray into areas where we shouldn't, that really aren't part of our mandate. And I would agree that climate is the biggest risk. So we really did the bare minimum. We did much less than I think people understand in the climate area. All we did was one piece of guidance, and then we ran one stress scenario, and by the way, didn't find anything. And I think you don't look to us to try to take on a bigger role or really to play any role in climate, which I personally think is an important issue and one that needs to be dealt with by elected officials. And for bank regulators just to step in and take that on without a mandate from Congress is not a good idea. It's not a good solution, and it's not a good way to remain independent.
Reclaiming my time, what kind of climate guidance did you make?
So for just the big banks, I believe, we asked them to monitor to have a framework for which they would monitor their risks from lending. That's all it was. And I would say that guidance is something we're looking at pulling back.
When you say the risk for lending based on political climate change, is that correct?
Well, the idea was that the changing climate could. I mean, I'm not defending this. I'm telling you what the idea was. The idea was, climate change would cause certain kinds of assets to lose value, and that if banks are lending to in those areas or to those industries, then they should at least be able to measure. It didn't ban anybody from doing anything. It wasn't prescriptive. At the same time, you have the feeling that the side effect of it would be to discourage lending, and we don't want that to be the case. So that's why we're looking at it.
Well, it does sound like that is policy that is based on political agenda. And when it comes to banking, it should not be based on political agenda, but instead on facts such as credit, facts as good monetary policy. So I would have to disagree with you on the fact that the Federal Reserve stayed outside of political agendas. When it comes to climate change, that is a political agenda, and I would have to disagree with you on that. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who's also ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
We don't notice good bank regulation. Things just go smoothly. But in 2023, we saw the effects of inadequate bank regulation, where we lost 3 banks. There was a proposal that passed the House that would have cut the pay rate of your bank inspectors, regulators, down to 70% of the rate paid at FDIC. So you would have been
Thank you, Chris P, for the super chat. Thank you, Chris P,
70% of
for
what
the
the other major bank regulation agency did. I know you've announced things about headcount, but I'm focusing here on just the rate of pay. Fortunately, we were saved by not Superman, but Superwoman, Elizabeth McDonough, the Senate parliamentarian. But what effect would it have had on our ability to have good bank regulation if you had to go to all the folks in doing bank regulation at the Fed and say that their pay is going to be cut to 70% of the rate of pay over at the FDIC?
Would have made made it harder for us to attract or to retain personnel. It also would have knocked down something we've had for 90 years, which is a sort of a moat that allows us to take care of HR issues on our own without Congress.
Gotcha. I've got a couple of questions I'd ask you to respond for in the record. The first is Section 899 of the big ugly bill, big beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, enforcement of remedies against unfair foreign taxes. What this does is it imposes a tax on those residents of about 24 foreign countries should they invest in the United States, including in our treasuries. And we're trying to attract capital from abroad. This is to push out capital abroad. And it doesn't affect China. It just affects 24 of our friends, particularly in Europe. The other thing I'd like you to respond for is the record is the tariffs and the effect that that has not only on the inflation rate, but therefore on interest rates. And at your press conference, you said increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. And I'd certainly like to know more about that. The Treasury has our reserves, but you also have a liquidity fund, which I believe involves buying and selling foreign currencies. And so that begs the question whether if you're allowed to buy the euro, whether you're allowed to buy cryptocurrencies. And of course, the president has said that some agency of the federal government should have a strategic crypto reserve. Do you or your successors have the legal right to take assets of the Fed and buy Bitcoin or Trump coin?
No, we don't, and we do not seek this authority.
I hope very much that your successor is not someone who tries to stretch existing statutes and come to an opposite answer. I'd like to focus a little bit on when you came before our committee last, I guess, in February. I asked you if you would take a holistic look at bank capital requirements, including the risk-based capital ratios like Basel III Endgame and stress testing, to make sure that you don't have a contraction in the ability to provide credit to Main Street businesses, and you said you would do that. So my question this time is, how does the Fed plan to sequence the various capital requirement reform proposals that we expect to see in the coming months? In what order will you proceed with reforms on Basel III weight risk capital, leverage ratio, stress testing, and the GSIB service charge, knowing that these have interactive effects? Can you tell us what the sequence will be?
So I really do. This is the heart of what the Vice Chair for Supervision is assigned to do, is to bring proposals to the board. And I read that as giving her she's the one who will decide that sequencing. You're right there. There are many things, and it's really up to her to decide what's the timing, what's the priority. And I don't actually know exactly what she's only been confirmed for a couple of weeks, so we're just getting going.
With you as the head of the agency, even if she is supposed to decide the sequencing, that your agency would tell us what the sequencing is going to be, and understand how important it is for people to know what the order those various regulations will have. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us again here. We have a saying, Iowa is nice, kind of boring. We want our Fed chairman to be just the same, and you're doing a great job at that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nothing against boring. We like that too. Look, you have a lot of great staff that come from Iowa as well. I appreciate you having them on your team. We also want to recognize the fact that, folks in Iowa are still feeling the challenges of the last 4 years. We're middle America. It is the heartland of the country, but it also means that impacts that change things on the coast don't always get felt the same way in the Midwest. And so as a result, folks are stretching every dollar as they face everything from higher grocery prices, eggs, to trying to buy just that first car or even maybe that first home. And interest rates to them matter as they do everywhere else, but they're even more. Now, I will offer the president has made great strides in making progress for Iowa families, and wage growth is moderating nationwide. Many Iowans still feel, though, that inflation spikes impact them. And with the president focused on rebuilding the middle class, I'd like to talk a little bit about how the Fed ensures that this heart of the heartland can feel the benefits of a soft landing as you've laid out.
Oh, you're asking me how you will feel the benefits of the well, I would think, pretty open-ended question. So and I think, our goal is to keep the economy strong, the labor market strong, and price stability fully
All right,
restored.
SPY's getting ready to pull back,
That's
guys.
we can provide
Trust
a
the charts,
long
facts,
period
and the data.
of
Well, you don't
stable
have to trust
prices.
anything, but
And we define that as Chairman Greenspan used to, which is people can make economic decisions.
Chairman
families
Greenspan
and
actually
jobs,
got rid of
where they don't have
inflation.
to
You
think about
didn't.
inflation all the time, and we're getting back closer to that place, but we're not
getting
quite
back
there
closer
yet.
to that place,
It's the
even though
main
I'm
thing we
lying
can
every
now
day.
do, and once we restore price stability, very soundly, that gives us the ability
Let's
to
find out
react
if the
more
Fed's telling the
strongly
truth
to
or not.
downturns in the economy without having to worry about inflation. And so that's we have limited scope, but those are two very, very important things that we can
doesn't
do
look
to
like
benefit
inflation's
all.
coming back down to
I would
me. Looks
So I
like
guess I
it
would
came
also
down
like to
briefly and it's
focus on
coming
the
back
short
up.
term. The Fed Reserve has
Still
set
remaining
low
well
rates
above
to
that
ease
2%
borrowing
mark.
costs for rural
2.4%.
and long-term trade negotiations strengthen our global position. Would you agree that the agricultural sector in particular is vulnerable to both interest rates and recognized international markets? And how would the Fed evaluate the unintended consequences of policy on commodity-dependent economies in a state like Iowa?
So we have a number of our Federal Reserve
What in the God?
presidents represent
fake
districts which have
ass shit is
extensive
this?
agricultural operations and families and farms. And so we hear from them kind of all the time, but we
This is how you know this is fake.
FOMC meeting.
This
And
is
we
how you
understand
know
that
this is
times
fake, bruh.
are pretty challenging right now in the agricultural sector. We take that into account. Ultimately, we're responsible for the aggregate level of the economy and for keeping inflation under control. And
Oh wow,
some
SPY pulling back exactly as
So,
predicted.
but
I
we
tried
do
to tell
very
you take
much,
profit on
think
calls,
about
but nobody
and-
wants to
and
listen to
take
me.
into
They only
consideration
think
the
bull,
agricultural
bulls.
sector and the
It's gonna go
We appreciate that
forever.
evaluation.
Okay.
I know there are farmers back home as well as
I called the upside, okay?
bankers who value that.
Now I'm calling the downside.
For it.
I'm the man.
I want to talk a little bit on the national security side as the vice chair of NatSec here. If foreign actors begin weaponizing treasury sales or dollar reserves, what tools does the Fed have to help preserve financial stability and the dollar's status as a reserve currency within the world?
Essentially what makes us the reserve currency is a few things. It is our great
It's the petrodollar that makes us the reserve currency. It's the fact that people have to buy oil in U.S. dollars, and that's the only thing that makes us the reserve currency, other than military force backing us up.
democratic institutions. It is that we have open capital markets, very open capital markets. And it is
Lie.
that
That's all. Everything else is a lie that he's about to
rule of
say.
law. Those are the things that
It's
make the
military
reserve
force and the
currency.
petrodollar. Those are the only
You can
reasons
keep
why we're.
that status as long as you maintain those things. Of those things, the thing that we contribute is price stability over the long run. So people who want to invest in or use the dollar.
The Fed
they
creates
can be
price
confident
instability.
in the
That's the
value of
crazy
dollar
part.
Over time, that
Both now and the
it
future.
won't fluctuate wildly or decline in ways that, and so that's our.
Oh, wow, look,
really
AMC's tracking with my
Treasury's
prediction, but
responsible
what
for
else is new?
stewardship of the dollar, but we have
AMC is
control.
tracking perfectly with my prediction, but what
In the
else
brief
is
time that I
new?
have left here, I just came back from a trip to Saudi and the
What
Arab
else is new?
States.
Like, dude,
Big
does
concern
everything
here.
just follows my
The world we're
prediction.
living in right now with Iran.
Am I the
looking
god
at
of stocks?
asymmetric ways to threaten the United States. Cyber attacks have been on the rise. You got a
Yes, they
question
have
here
been.
earlier
Cyber
on
attacks have been on the
cybersecurity.
rise.
Help us feel confident that the Fed is doing everything they can to protect us from a cyber.
I guarantee you, these old motherfuckers don't know nothing about no cybersecurity. Do you think this guy knows about a computer? No.
threat.
So our part of it is the financial sector and the institutions we regulate, and they spend a lot of time and money on.
No, they don't. They
cybersecurity.
use
We spend
Windows
a lot
XP.
Protecting ourselves.
They use
And
Windows
there are other
XP. I
parts
could
of
hack.
US
I could
government
hack
that
the
are very much
New York Stock
involved
Exchange
in-
within
in,
minutes, bro. I guarantee you.
Gentleman's time is
making us
expired.
aware of cyber issues.
I
and making sure that
guarantee
we're
you I could hack
ready.
the New York Stock
And,
Exchange,
you know,
brother.
we never sleep on this because it's always getting harder.
Thank you, Mr.
Guarantee
Chair. I yield my time.
you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, who's also a ranking member and my colleague on the Monetary
AMC
Policy
filled its
Task
gap.
Force,
AMC
is
filled its
recognized
gap.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. and Thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate it.
This is gonna take
And
a
of
little
course,
bit longer,
Powell.
but this
Thank
is
you
what's
very
gonna
much,
happen.
sir.
Spy's going to consolidate and pull
I'm
back,
64
not
years
financial
old.
advice.
You're a little bit older than I am. In my lifetime, I know what the most dramatic economic event is, at least that I believe. In your lifetime, what do you think is the most dramatic economic event that you lived through? As a country, as a world?
So,
Probably
as an
the
adult,
inflation
I would
in the
say,
US right now.
The global financial crisis and the pandemic. are
No,
the
just
two
one. You get to pick
Big
one.
events. Sorry?
You get to pick one. You pick two, just one.
I would say there's a third, which would be the great inflation, so I'm going the wrong way here.
You're going the wrong way. Yeah, just pick one.
Bro said pick
I'd
one
say
and
the
he
global
started
financial
adding three.
crisis was, in a lot of ways.
He said the
scarier
great
than
inflation.
pandemic,
Yeah, that's the worst thing,
for
brother.
me.
Yeah, it's interesting because both of them were ones that I lived through too. And I have to tell you, the most dramatic for me was the pandemic. In so many ways, I'd never seen anything like it, where everything closed down. I remember flying here from San Diego, where I live, on a 737, and there were 4 passengers. There were 4 of us on the plane. Of course, some idiot sits right next to me. I tell, what are you doing? You stupid, move away. But anyway, it is interesting that we didn't fall into the recession, we didn't fall into a depression. I was really scared about what was going to happen because of the way we closed down. We didn't know it was going to go. We didn't know it was going to happen. And I think a big reason for that was the sort of the strength that we had of the Fed, and the country came together and said, you know, we're going to figure this thing out, and we did that. You didn't panic. You guys were very independent. I think everyone did their job. The reason I say that is because I do worry about the independence of the Fed now going forward. So question, can the president appoint himself as the Fed chair?
It's a question, but not for me.
You're the Fed chair, you should know. You should know what the requirements are to be the Fed chair. Can he appoint himself?
I don't know.
You don't know that question? What is, well, you're the Fed chair, what is the requirements to be the Fed chair?
Nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. I think you
So-
probably have to be a U.S. citizen probably, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so far it seems like the president fits those. He's a U.S. citizen, he can appoint, he can propose himself, and I assume that the senators over there could confirm. Why couldn't he become the Fed chair also?
Again, not a question for me. I
Okay.
wouldn't speculate.
The reason I ask that is because, again, I do think that we have a great system because of the independence of the Fed. And it worries me that more and more, and I assume, I'm not going to ask you this embarrassing question, although I would like to, you know, whether you read all the things that he says about you, I'm sure you do, or some people tell you. Yeah, but I won't tell you what they are. But I'm glad you've been independent. And I think that that's so important because you do look at long terms. It's not missed on you. You know that we want you all to lower the rates. You know that, both sides, right? You get that. The answer could be yes or no.
Honestly, I'm not sure I do know that. I talked to a
Well,
lot
I
of
can
members
tell you, from our
privately.
side, we'd love to see the rates go down. And I've heard from a number of my colleagues on the other side, we'd love to see the rates go down.
I talked to
I
a
think
lot of
they pretty
members who
unanimously
say
like to see it.
privately, you're doing the right thing. I hear that from a lot of members privately.
Yeah, oh,
But in any
good.
case, we have to do, we're appointed and confirmed, my colleagues and I do what we think is right.
That's exactly right, and that's why I say it, because I think it's not lost on you that we all want the rates to go down. In fact, it's really real when you say, you know, someone's locked in at 3% at their house, you know, their interest rate, so they don't want to move and get a 7% rate. I mean, they don't want to pay that. That's real. My colleagues mentioned that, and that's truthful. And that's why it's so important to be independent. Now, lastly, I do want to ask, because again, it's so darn important to have an independent Fed chair and an independent Fed. Secondly, the dual mandate. I respect the chairman very much, and he's a friend. Hope that doesn't hurt him politically. But that being said, he did ask you a question about the dual mandate in a way that he quoted somebody else and said, is that the way you see it? I do want to see, how do you see the dual mandate? It seems to me that you gave a little bit of a preference to price stability over maximum employment. Is that the case?
No, I think the two things are equal under the law. But if the thought is, we haven't defined it in exactly the way that the chairman said, but notwithstanding that, I do think it's a reasonable way to define it.
These
which
guys
is
ask the dumbest
maximum
things,
employment is
bro.
the maximum level that's sustainable or consistent with price stability over the long run. That doesn't make it, to me, an inferior goal.
Gentlemen's
You
time has
don't
expired.
make price
I think
stability.
it's kind of implicit in a way.
The chair
You
now
cause
recognizes
price
the gentleman
instability,
from
dog.
Michigan, Ms. McLean.
You
for
literally
5
cause
minutes.
inflation.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
You
As
literally
as
cause
business
inflation, my
business
dude.
owner myself, access to capital is extremely important to me. So I want to talk a little bit about the Fed's
Access to capital is
balance sheet
extremely important to
and
me
just
because
get a
I'm a
better
super rich person and
understanding
I
of
make
how we're thinking about it.
$100,000 a
And
year,
some
but I also
experts
use
say
my
that the
power
Fed's
as a
balance
politician
sheet or
to
large
coerce people into
balance
paying me
sheet
money
is
that I
distorting
shouldn't,
the
which is literally
markets and keeping
extortion,
long-term
which I get to do
rates,
legally
let's say,
because I'm a
too
politician.
low. Also, I think it limits the access to capital, right? Historically, if I'm accurate, the balance sheet's been about $4 trillion. Prior to the pandemic, then we raised it, almost doubled it to about $9 trillion, and now it's on a kind of a downward trajectory to about 7.2, again, if my math is right. Do you think we're on the right track in shrinking this balance sheet?
No.
I do,
We have
yes.
$7 trillion debt, you dumbass.
I'm trying to get a sense of what the landing spot, in your opinion, should be.
$7 trillion debt.
To the $4 trillion?
Or
No,
$37
so
trillion
we're-
in debt.
We're in what we call an ample reserves regime, and what that means is that the quantity of reserves, demand fluctuates, and this means the quantity of reserves can fluctuate without affecting interest rates. And we think that's a good thing. What that means is there's going to be a lot of liquidity in the banks and in the financial system. That's a good thing. There wasn't enough liquidity before the global financial crisis. That was one of the problems. We have some shrinking left to do on the balance sheet, but we're not
There's
going to
some
get down as
shrinkage.
far as you asked.
Where do you think we'll land? Because let me start. I'm sorry. Where do you think we'll land?
In a recession.
I can't give you an exact
What do you
number,
think?
but, we're going at a pretty modest pace now. We've slowed down, kind of
Yeah.
cut in half twice the speed. We think we can go for a good while at this speed, and we'll learn as we go.
So you think the trajectory, so to speak, will remain?
Yes, and I think the fact that it's quite a gradual trajectory now is going to enable us to find that level that is ample and not scarce. When reserves are scarce, you get a lot of volatility,
Sure.
and that doesn't help. So I think that's a
Sure.
good framework. The ample reserves framework, I think, serves the country well.
I can't stand
And
these
you're not
people. I really
concerned
can't.
In terms of the access to capital, I mean, as a business owner, that's what
Cannot
I look
stand these
at is I
people.
got to be able to get capital, and some people are saying, we're really hanging on to our cash.
I think honestly, I think if you took the trouble to go back to a much smaller balance sheet, it would have no effect whatsoever on capitalability for companies.
Why
It wouldn't
do you
do that
say
at all.
Hold up.
Companies, that's not what's happening. It's just you have a big balance sheet where there's a lot of liquidity. The result is there's a lot of liquidity. Banks are flush with liquidity for the most part, and that actually enables lending. It probably wouldn't have much of an effect one way or the other. If you go back to a small-
Rates affect lending, and you know that. What are you even saying, bro? This guy literally, bro, I can't even stand it. He literally just lies and says whatever he needs to say to fit he'll contradict himself 1 minute after he said something else, because whatever he says, the narrative fits, bro. He just changes it so the narrative fits. And look at this guy. This guy looks like an evil villain from a fucking Marvel movie. And Miss Plain Jane sitting behind him. What is happening?
balance sheet.
So you're comfortable with the liquidity? You're comfortable with?
Dude, he looks like an actual villain from a Marvel movie. How do you get this aesthetic? Like if I made a Marvel movie, this would be my villain.
Yes, I mean,
Access to capital.
Him and Plain Jane.
We look at credit availability for smaller businesses, and right now conditions
Spy
are
losing
a little bit
momentum
tight.
as predicted.
Yeah, it's tough for people in my district.
Yeah.
It's
I would say that
it's
they're
tough.
not terribly tight, but we do see that there's some tightness, but that's not really a function of the Fed's size of the Fed's balance sheet. That's just that banks are perhaps a little risk averse in this uncertain environment.
I think it all goes together and is kind of intertwined, but I appreciate that. I want to just switch gears a little bit. Are you seeing any signs of financial instability building beneath the surface that we may not be seeing maybe on top of the surface, whether it's in commercial real estate, private credit, regional banking, anything you're seeing underneath the surface that could derail the growth path?
Not really, no. I mean, you mentioned, there are a lot of pots that we need to watch to see that they don't boil over. CRE, has been a problem for 5 years. We're working our way through it. I think we're making good progress there. It's not getting worse, it's getting a little better. Private credit is, has its real positive attributes. A lot of it's not funded by deposits, so it's not, as long as it's not funded by retail or by deposits, it's actually fine for financial stability, but it's a very big and fast-growing sector, and it hasn't been through a real downturn, and it's quite diverse, so I think it bears close watching. I mean, asset prices are high, but leverage is not particularly high for corporations and households historically. It's not particularly high for banks. Banks are well capitalized. So I think overall financial stability conditions are not in a place where we worry a lot.
So we're really poised in a pretty good position economically.
Gentlelady's
I
time
think
has
so, yes.
expired.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Absolutely. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell, nice to see you again. We had spoken in February about some concerns I had about some of the cuts in some of our economic data reporting agencies, and I think you'd said at the time that you didn't have a concern, but if you would alert us if there were concerns. You'd mentioned this with Mr. Liccardo, and I gather if I'm paraphrasing you, I think you said that you're not concerned about your access to data right now, but I think you said that you don't like the direction of travel. I wonder if you could speak to, well, first, I'm going to work under the assumption that as the chairman of the Fed, you probably have more access to economic data than just about anyone in our country. I am more worried about the impact on smaller businesses that don't have your access to data, whether, someone thinking about hiring decisions, looking at regional inflation rates, all the data we get from those resources. How concerned should we be, if an efficient economy depends on, at some level, on equal access to information? How concerned should we be that our business community, with some of these cuts to BLS and elsewhere, is not going to be able to allocate capital as efficiently as otherwise would be in this moment?
The reality is that essentially all the data we use overwhelmingly is public data. The difference isn't that we have more access. The difference is that this is our job, and we follow the data very, very closely. But, the employment reports, the CPI reports, the analysis of that by many economists, internal and external. We just spend all of our time on this stuff. But I think large businesses have the exact same.
Well, but I'm talking about
BLS
has announced they're cutting 350 indexes, so that data is no longer going to be public data.
That's a different thing. Okay, so if you're asking about that, I don't want to say.
Anubis Gaming
it
with
wouldn't be
the
true to say that.
gifted. Thank
We
you,
can't-
brother.
we can't do our
You
job.
guys are starting us off early.
Just
Chris P, even though
data
I said
overall,
no
get
super
the
chats
data.
because I
So
wasn't
these
online. I
jobs
don't
are
feel
always gonna
comfortable
make
taking
mistakes.
super
It's
chats.
never gonna be
Well,
certain
I'm technically
anytime.
online, but I wasn't
But,
at the computer.
I would say.
So I don't
seeing
feel
that
comfortable. I don't want to
survey
be one of
sizes
those
are
guys
shrinking.
that get super chats while they're not at the computer. Like, that's just so lazy to me. Like, you all you do is stream for a living, and you can't even go to the computer to make the money. That's so appalling to me. So me personally, I don't like doing that. But thank you, Chris P, for the 5 and Anubis for the gifted. That's going to be 1 super chat and 1 gifted for today. Thank you.
Seeing more volatility, for example, in the labor market.
Fortnite Tills just
lower
received a free
response
membership
rates and
from
things like
Anubis.
that.
Thank
That's
you,
not
bro.
good.
That
We
daily
should be getting
gifted really
better
comes
and
in
better
handy,
and
bro.
better.
Thank you.
I would add the private sector, by the way. We
If
use
you
more
ever
and
can't
more
do a gifted, I
big
understand,
private
brother.
Private
You've
sector
been doing
data
daily gifted for
sets.
like
And that is a
2 months
relatively
now.
new thing
Sure.
for the last 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, and
But it
oftentimes.
doesn't replace the U.S. government data has been the gold standard.
Yeah, and I guess I get concerned because some of those data sets, of course, you have to pay for, and not every business can afford that. I want to, staying on the data point and picking up on what Mr. Himes was saying, I think only a fool would predict they know what's going to happen in the Middle East right now. But I get concerned that we have, trying to handicap, the Saudis have been very open that they would like to.
Well, then I might be a fool because I'm about to predict exactly what's going to happen in the Middle East. The conflict's going to escalate, and there's going to end up where we put U.S. troops on the ground, okay? And even though that makes no sense in this day and age because we have the technology to do everything remotely using cybersecurity and things like stealth bombers, which we have proven, but it's going to escalate because we want to rape and pillage the Middle East. America wants to take everything.
Not see the price of oil get above a point where they're going to lose market share, much to the dismay of U.S. frackers. U.S. frackers have been wanting to see it go the other direction. I don't know how to handicap which group is going to have more impact on Trump right now. But I would like to have some smart person out there taking a position on what is happening in oil markets. And the Energy Information Administration has now announced they're not going to run the International Energy Outlook anymore. Should we be concerned about that piece of data as we think about what's happening in global energy markets right now, given all the pressures between various suppliers of where they'd like to see the price go and the wild card that is Iran and the Red Sea?
You know, I don't particularly know that specific report.
So if you guys don't realize what America does when it goes into other countries, and I'm not saying American military people, the actual people in the American military are bad. They might just not fully understand what they're doing at the time. But I want you guys to just notice something, and I'm about to get banned for saying this, but I want you guys to notice something. After America went to Afghanistan, do you notice the opium epidemic went crazy? Do you know why the opium epidemic went crazy? Because Afghanistan is the leading producer in the world for opium, okay? And what the United States did is they found all of that opium over there. They found huge, huge cash piles of opium. And you know what the government said? The government said, we're not going to waste all of this opium. We're not just going to burn it. We're going to take the CIA, which the CIA has done this before, and this has all been declassified. The Afghanistan stuff hasn't, but the CIA using the Contras and bringing cocaine up from Colombia has been declassified. And the CIA selling cocaine to the United States from Colombia in South America has been declassified. That the USA was actually flying planes up from South America into America. The CIA was doing this. Has all been declassified. Okay. So after 2008, the opium epidemic went crazy because the CIA took all of that opium and sent it over to the pill mills and sent it over to the dealers. And then guess what happened? Opium epidemic after we went to Afghanistan because they took all of Afghanistan's opium and sold it to America. I bet you guys didn't know that.
You know, I know there are many entities that do data analysis around energy and oil and the availability of it and the price of it.
Maybe some of you guys did know
So
that.
I can't speak to that one report.
Okay, well, I mean, again, just my own experience before coming here, I relied a lot on that, and if I was in my past job, I would now basically have to rely on the International Energy Agency, which in general was Bernanke, both recently Office of Financial Resource that are in the bill that the Republicans are pushing through. Do you share your predecessor's concerns?
Wow, I
about
called
the
GameStop
importance of that
perfectly.
agency to synthesize some of this disparate things so that you can do your jobs, that the American people can do your job, or do you share the views of the Republican Party that agency is not necessary?
You're asking him to pick sides and he
I'm not gonna
won't.
take position on
He won't take position. He won't. I knew that before as soon as you told him to align with a political side, he's going to say no.
on the bill, on the reconciliation package on specific issues like that don't relate to us. I will say generally, I'm a big
Gentleman's
fan,
time
and
has
everyone at the
expired.
Fed is a big fan of good data collection.
Gentleman's
Dude,
time
this
has expired.
super
The chair now
villain, bro.
recognizes
This guy
the
looks like a
gentleman from
straight
Montana, Mr.
villain,
Conley,
bro.
for 5
And
minutes.
Plain Jane is lost, bro. She's like, I want to do this in the
Our national debt now
future.
exceeds $36 trillion. Congressional Republicans have made it our mission to rein in out-of-control spending, from repealing the Green New Scam, enacting common sense Medicaid and SNAP
Republicans
reform,
made it their
and
mission to reduce spending. Then what is the big, beautiful bill? Exactly. Republicans and Democrats are all big spenders and they all lie.
wasteful spending. Mr. Chairman, you've repeatedly said our national debt is not currently at an unsustainable level, but it is on an unsustainable path. Can you describe what the point of no return looks like when our debt reaches an unsustainable level?
Yeah, I'll show you what the point of no return looks like. I'll show you what the point of no return looks like. It looks like this right here. $37 trillion in debt. That's the point of no return.
So there's no way to know exactly what that is, but ultimately, if the debt is growing substantially faster than the economy, by definition, at some point, it will not be sustainable. So, we don't have oversight responsibility over the fiscal authorities, but that's traditionally what my predecessors have limited themselves to saying, and I'll say it too.
And what effect would that have on the economy?
So you'd see rates go up. It would be very challenging to. I think if you wait too long to fix the problem, you'll have to fix the problem eventually. If you wait too long, it'll be much more painful.
Yes. I believe the U.S. dollar status as the global reserve currency is essential. It allows the U.S. to borrow at lower costs, which stimulates economic growth and increases standards of living. The Trump administration is actively negotiating to ensure we are no longer taken advantage of by our trading partners. At a previous Monetary Policy Task Force hearing, all of the witnesses agreed that the recent volatility in the Treasury markets did not permanently damage the dollar's global reserve currency status. Do you agree?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Let me turn to oversight of the Federal Reserve. I certainly believe that had the Federal Reserve responded faster by raising interest rates earlier to combat the inflation crisis of the previous administration, that interest rates would not be as high as they are now.
Also, the economy isn't growing. Watch this.
From my constituents, that they're increasingly getting priced out of the housing market while interest rates remain near record highs despite the rate of inflation coming down. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the Fed's increased transparency under your leadership, and you've always welcomed congressional oversight into the Fed. And I also appreciate the comments you've made about the limits.
Here's
of our
GDP,
knowledge,
negative 0.2%, and here's debt.
So with that in mind,
$37 trillion.
can you point to oversight practices of other governments?
Economy's
and their
contracting,
central
debt is
banks that
expanding.
could be replicated with the Federal Reserve?
Actual proof.
That's an
Facts,
interesting question.
data, that's what I
think
use.
about that. I'll come see you and we can talk about that. I
Thank
think
you, sir.
we have.
He
we
said,
have
"I'll see you
effective
outside."
oversight from
Thank
this
you, sir.
committee and from the other committee in the Senate, and
He said, I'll come see you outside,
Would you
bitch.
be supportive of an outside independent group of analysts or economists that
Absolutely
conducts
not.
a periodic review of the Fed's economic assessments model?
No, he would not.
so those are ideas.
That's
I'd
somebody
like to think about
overseeing
and
him. He
discuss
doesn't want
privately
that.
before.
So do you have any other ideas to increase oversight in the Federal Reserve?
There is none.
I think, like my predecessors.
Get rid of the Federal
fostered,
Reserve.
More and more transparency at the margin.
So
I think
all he says is, "Hey guys, I don't want any oversight, but trust me, I'll tell you guys the truth. But I don't want any oversight, but hey, trust me, I'm telling you all the truth, but hey, please don't send anybody to give me oversight."
Appropriate. I think transparency is critical if we're to maintain our democratic.
Spies on a
legitimacy.
fake pump. This is a fake liquidity pump, so sellers
I've
can,
tried that.
buyers
I'll devote
can
some
dump
thought
on
to that
sellers.
question.
Well, I look forward to following up, and I thank you for your responses. And on that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
This is a
Chairman,
fake liquidity
and,
pump
thank
from
you, Chairman
SPY,
Powell,
so
for being
buyers
here
can
with us
exit.
today. I understand commenting on some policy issues or outside of your purview, but I have one that I think is heavily impactful on the American economy right now. And I want to underscore the scale and impact of the ICE raids that we're seeing across the
Oh
country.
my God.
Pew Research estimates that over 10.5 million undocumented individuals live in the United States. More than 3.3% of the
Obama deported more illegals than Trump. Okay? You guys are so stupid. It turned into a nothing burger, bro. Turned into a
What
nothing.
happened to those GME June 20th calls?
And according to the nonpartisan American Immigration
5,
Council,
6
removing
million
this
short
workforce
shares turned.
costs
That's what
the
happened.
U.S. economy between 1.1 and 1.7 trillion in GDP and billions in tax contributions, including 22.6 billion in Social Security and 5.7 billion in Medicare funds that are increasingly critical as our population continues
Timothy,
to age.
what
These are
up?
resources that are paid by these undocumented workers that have been here for a long time. Many of them have been here for a very long time. That's why I plan to introduce the Save the American Workforce Act,
Oh my
which would
God.
establish an employee-sponsored temporary work authorization.
So he's literally using his time to pitch his bill, first of all. That's why Jerome rolled his eyes. He's like, okay, you're going to use the time to pitch your bill. And second of all, buddy, Obama deported more immigrants. And second of all you care about these immigrants for is working. All they say about the immigrants is, if we deport all the immigrants, who's going to pick the fruit? They literally want the immigrants as slaves, as cheap labor. That's all they care about.
For undocumented immigrants who have been in the country for 3 years or longer and have never been in any kind of trouble, no criminal liability or nothing else.
Thank you for the double super chats,
Additionally,
brother.
last week I sent a letter to President Trump urging him
All
to
that sheer data
Thank you
is
for the
bulls hot.
double super chats.
halt indiscriminate deportations and issue an executive order that would do exactly what my bill does to protect American businesses that need a workforce. We have something
That need a slave force is what he should say.
the last I
Cheap
heard-
labor is what he should say.
I think we have 7 million open jobs. We have a record low unemployment, which is great, but we have 7 million open jobs that we cannot
not
fill
record
by
low
American
unemployment.
workers. What economic consequences would we face if these individuals were removed from the workforce, even further hurting the situation that we're in? Could this disrupt even more?
It's not
the
record
economy
low
even more
unemployment. What are you
severely than
talking
we
about?
experienced during the Great Recession?
What are you talking about? Record low unemployment was 22 and 23, buddy.
Gonzalez, immigration policy is
2020
not
maybe.
for the Fed to comment on or to, let alone make, and so I'm reluctant to engage with you on that.
Okay. Well, okay, I want to talk to you something a little differently. We have, and this is a banking issue, banks are making
RSI for spies getting way overbought.
billions of dollars of construction loans across the country that are timelined.
Take profit on
and
calls. Take profit on calls, not
contractors
financial advice.
are not able to fulfill their obligation because they don't have the labor force in the middle of the jobs to finish. I mean, I'm hearing stories in Texas, at least, where people are pouring concrete at midnight. Are y'all having any kind of conversation with the administration on how this could impact the economy and
Oh my God,
and
shut
our
up.
GDP?
So we have very deep connections all over the country through the reserve banks, and we hear some of the same stories. But for us, we're not the policymakers here. We don't report this to the administration. We don't just publicly have a view on it. It just is what it is. So
Yeah.
we're our responsibility, maximum employment, price stability, many other factors affect those goals, but we don't make those goals. We don't make the policy in those extraneous areas, which include things like energy, for example, or immigration, or fiscal policy, or any number of things. We try to stick to our knitting because that's how we remain independent.
We're living such unconventional times that I would love to have that. It would be great if y'all were having those conversations in the administration. But moving on, the U.S. dollar has also long been the world's dominant reserve currency, but that position is facing growing pressure. As of 2024, BRICS nations led by China and including Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa have stepped up efforts to reduce their reliance on the dollar in global trade. China, for instance, has expanded the use of the yuan in energy transactions and cross-border payments, while BRICS is actively developing alternative payment systems that
Why do you
could
think
erode
Trump
the
is going
dollar's
for
global
crypto?
role. At the same time, inconsistent and unpredictable economic policies from the White House have contributed to a drop in the dollar's value, now at its lowest level in 3 years. What risk does a weakening dollar pose to our economy, particularly to U.S. borrowing
huge
costs,
one?
inflation, financial
kidding me?
stability, as China and BRIC nations expand their efforts to challenge
better
the
buy
dollar's
Bitcoin now.
global dominance?
So, by long agreement and custom and tradition, the Treasury Department has responsibility for the dollar and dollar stewardship.
DXY is super
I
low.
would say we also, are involved in payments policy, and, we're very aware, we and the other major economy central banks are very aware of other payment developments and, working on ideas to make sure that the payment systems that support the dollar and other, other
Almost
major
time's
currencies.
expired.
and
Why do you think they're
democracies
going
are
for
well
stable
supported by that
coins?
infrastructure.
Thank you. I yield.
Why do you think they're going for
Almost
stable
time has
coins?
expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Ardopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today and answering these questions for us. It's very much appreciated. Looking back over the last few years, I think the question a lot of people have been asking me as they really were suffering through the challenges with higher prices across the board. I know they got as high as over 9% inflation in 2022. And there was a lot of discussion about, was it Ukraine, was it transitory, was it post-COVID?
It was the
What was
printing
the
of
reason?
money,
As you look
of
back
40%
now,
of the money
in
supply.
those years, and this is your
Dumbass.
field of expertise.
There's no
What is
if,
your-
ands, or
if you
buts.
look back at your teaching
USM2,
history class,
we printed 40% of the money supply. What do you think's going to happen?
increase in prices on back at that time?
What do you think's going to happen? And the money supply is increasing again.
Global. So
They're
we saw
printing.
literally
They're
was,
printing still. Oh my God! It's been a minute since I looked at this. They're printing even more.
Or below. So it was everywhere. So you have to look to.
Oh
common
my
factors, and
God,
I
we're
would say
doomed.
that the
We're doomed.
pandemic and
We're
the
fucking
closing
doomed,
of
bro.
the
They're
global
printing
economy
even
and the
more. I just
reopening
realized we
of
just
it,
broke a new all-time
in
high
all
in the
cases
U.S.
with
money
some
supply,
support. That's
which
a
means
big
they're
part of the
printing
story.
even more money, which means buy Bitcoin immediately. They're printing even more money than they did in 2022 and 2021. The money supply is expanding even more, ladies and gentlemen. Buy Bitcoin, not financial advice. Buy Bitcoin before it's too late. The dollar is devaluing into nothing. It's literally paper trash. It's literally paper trash. It's literally paper trash. I'm done saving dollars. I only save Bitcoin. And it's made me very, very, very well off for the most part. It made me feel more well off anyways. I feel a lot more safe. Bitcoin.
Clearly, though, there's a role in that for fiscal policy. There's a role in that for monetary policy. And I like to think all of those.
What do you guys think about
factors
Plain Jane?
Were involved. And
Rate Plain Jane in the chat.
It happens everywhere in the world. You can't.
Plain
look to
Jane's
one
gonna
thing.
be
You gotta look
a
to something,
4.
a common factor, and I think that common factor.
Rate Plain Jane in the chat, guys. I gave her a
And
4.
build on that idea, I hate it Monday morning quarterback, but if you had to do it over again, you had this opportunity, as you know, the rates stayed pretty flat in 2021.
Spy
As
tracking.
inflation
Spy
picked up.
tracking.
What would you do differently today if you had the opportunity to look back and make some changes?
Look at this massive
Perfect
gap that
hindsight in this.
NASDAQ
Yes,
made.
sir.
Holy
You had it,
shit.
yeah.
Sure. So
Unsustainable.
I clearly would have raised rates a little
Unsustainable.
earlier.
Unsustainable.
I honestly don't believe it would have made much difference to the.
How is
to the outcomes,
NASDAQ
but
not
it
at a
would
new
look a lot
all-time high, but
smarter.
SPY is almost? That doesn't make any sense.
That's something I would have done. The other thing is, ultimately, we did get all the way back to 2% inflation just about without having a big increase in employment. So that was not at all expected. So I don't know how that would have affected my behavior, but somehow things really came out much better than everyone had anticipated. Was that it would take high unemployment to restore inflation, but it didn't.
Inflation isn't back down. You guys are talking like you actually got inflation back down underneath 2%. Inflation never went back underneath 2%. You guys never succeeded, and that's why we didn't have to have unemployment go higher, because you guys never finished the job. You guys are taking a victory lap like there was a soft landing. There wasn't a soft landing because inflation is still above the 2% metric, dog.
The sky is falling, but it seems at this point, at least, that the inflation rate is pretty steady. And how many months of steadiness do you need before you might look at an even larger rate cut from the 4.33 I think we have today?
Yeah, so you're right. Inflation, the non-tariff parts of inflation that we've been working on for 3-4 years, are behaving really well. And that was our forecast, but it's good to see it coming true. I would say we expected that tariffs take a while to work their way through the distribution chain, several months. And I would say we would expect to see
pour
meaningful
concrete at night
effects,
all the time because it's too hot and it sets
kind
too
of June,
fast.
July, August. And if we don't, we'll be learning something.
Yeah, they're geniuses, right?
Highly adaptive.
Shit is crazy.
Flexible economy, and it's certainly a possibility that the tariffs that we expect will come through in a much smaller level. We can't know that until we actually see it. But I think we'll be learning as we go, and if we see that, then that would lead us to want to cut earlier. The other thing that would lead us to want to cut earlier is if we actually did see some weakness in the labor market of a troubling nature. We don't see that. Those are the two things we'll be looking for.
And the last question I'd ask is, at that same time period where, as you put it, the global issue of inflation, I get that, but at the same time period, there's pretty radical increase in spending in 2021 by the federal government. What factor did that play in the inflation level?
Certainly
A
a
huge
factor,
one.
I would say. As I mentioned, fiscal policy definitely played a role. I think
XRP up
take a step
10
back from
fucking
those
percent.
things.
My
What
God.
happened was demand came back so much stronger than we expected. You remember, if in late 21, early 22, you had the pandemic still going on, Omicron going, was it 21? Yeah, 21 into 22. And demand was just much stronger than people expected. And by the way, the supply side was much slower to recover. So that's the labor force, that's all of the snarled up supply chains. The supply side took a long time to recover, and demand was much stronger. That story created the high inflation. Behind that, fiscal policy played a role, the spending did, monetary policy played a role, and the pandemic.
But you would agree that the government spending did play a significant role in that as well?
Of course it did,
I
you
would say
idiot.
that.
Come on, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The
Come
chair
on, bud.
now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up actually on Rep. Gonzalez's line of questioning, so in addition to your dual mandate, do you believe that that preserving the U.S. dollar and the primacy of the U.S. dollar is part of your job description?
I think it's something, it's not formally part of our job, but yes, it's something that we care about, and we certainly wouldn't want to undermine that. But that's really, Treasury has the primary role around the dollar. That's been the case for some time now.
Yeah, I was just wondering how you deal with the sort of worldwide drop in investor confidence in dollar-denominated assets. Frankly, due to a president who kind of disregards conventional economic theory and whose answer to nearly every question seems to be, "Well, I haven't decided yet," or "Maybe I'll give you an answer in a couple weeks." Maybe I'll just comment. It must be challenging. Now, one of the things I've been very concerned about is, in terms of the job market, is artificial intelligence and the coming impact there. We're seeing predictions by the leaders of the leading AI firms that within 1 to 2 years, a majority of entry-level white-collar jobs will be gone. And there are products that are being released to market that propose to do pretty much exactly that, and I anticipate pretty high uptake of those things to essentially eliminate back office operations in small businesses, things like that, or intermediate-sized businesses. And we're already seeing layoffs in the big
And that's why they need
Microsoft
universal
had
basic
a
income.
Big round of layoffs where 40% were computer coders and maybe another 20% supervisors of computer coders. And so I was just wondering what sort of analysis is
GameStop looking strong
doing about that job shock, and how is it going to affect your dual mandate when it lands, perhaps as early as the next year or two?
So I think economists everywhere are doing work analyzing the potential implications of AI for employment, and some of the very things that you mentioned. And we're certainly both consumers and producers of that kind of research. And don't think anybody, I certainly can't make any positive statements with great confidence about what will happen, but there's certainly a possibility that, at least at the beginning, AI will replace a lot of jobs rather than just augmenting people's labor. Over a long run, the history shows that generally new technology raises productivity and creates new jobs over time, but it can be disruptive in the very short term. And AI, anyone who's been exposed to AI has to be kind of stunned with what it's capable of. And you think, if you think, oh, this is just the beginning, you know, they say that 2 years from now, the things you're looking at will be left behind by the continued development. So I think it is certainly everything you would want in a transformational technology, and I think that unknowable, but certainly to be important effects on the labor market. And I hear the same things you mentioned from CEOs, that they can see a way to significant reductions in employment, but I don't think we know that.
Yeah, but the question is, are you developing a playbook for this shock? You know, part of your job is to look at tail risk, and this is probably not even a real tail risk at this point. You know, a lot of the CEOs think it's more probable than not. You're seeing law firms just not hire the same number of junior associates just across the economy. Are you actually developing a playbook in case the shock is real, and what you may or may not be able to do with monetary or other policies?
The playbook is really in your hands and in the private sector's hands. We will be trying to maximize employment, and that will be what we do. And we'll try, at the same time, we maintain price stability.
Yeah.
So we don't have the tools to. You're talking about transitioning people into new jobs and new lives, and
before AI wipes out those new jobs you're retraining them for. Yeah, okay. Well, but you know, think about it. I urge you to think about it, and what you will do if that job shock hit. So last week, Fed put out a request for information on ways to mitigate check and payment fraud. Despite a decline in the use of checks, check fraud is really very prevalent. And I was happy to join Chair Hill in sending you a letter and other banking regulators, as well as FinCEN, urging action. Can you summarize what you have in mind doing in response to that letter, or what you've learned when the outreach that resulted from it?
So this is on the check fraud thing.
Yep.
I just know we just started a request for information, and I think we're starting a process of gathering a bunch of information, and really focusing on that issue.
Okay, and if you could say what you're actually going to do in response to that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Chair Powell, we've discussed this several times before, but the issue remains, so I continue to raise it. I sent you a letter several months ago urging you to seek public comment and permanently revisit the SLR and ESLR, particularly given the constraints current calculations places on market participants' ability to intermediate in the Treasury market. I'm glad to see that you're meeting tomorrow to discuss the issue. And I know you've discussed this with Mr. Flood, but I want to clarify a couple of things. The last time you testified before the committee, you said you were concerned about the levels of liquidity in the Treasury market, and that one obvious thing to do would be to reduce how binding the SLR on intermediate capacity. Are you considering changes in the SLR and ESLR, and will you consider exempting treasuries and reserves from the SLR and ESLR?
So I do think we've effectively raised the capital tax on all kinds of intermediation activities, and that certainly includes Treasury market activities. So I've long favored leverage ratio reform, and so we're putting out a document for comment, which will seek comments on one particular proposal and alternatives to that proposal, as I mentioned earlier.
Which I think answers my next question, which will you look at changes at the leverage ratios that constrain a bank's ability to participate?
Yes, that's the idea.
In your view, would allowing netting mechanisms for derivatives on treasuries encourage participation in the market? And would you consider looking at that with your prudential counterparts?
This is for derivatives? Mm-hmm. My first phone call on that would be to Vice Chair Bowman to ask her what she's planning, but I'm certainly open to that conversation.
Absolutely. Let's discuss the framework review. You've said that the review of the consensus statement is complete, but potential changes to communication strategies and tools may continue into the fall. When can we expect the framework review to be complete, and will you provide opportunities to receive feedback from members, industry, and the public on any changes the board is considering?
So we The framework review, there are two parts of it. There's the consensus statement, which contains our monetary policy framework, and then there's communications. On the first, the framework, we've had the meetings that we needed to have to talk about the employment mandate and the price stability mandate and how we might change the framework. Now comes the discussion between participants on the committee, all 19 of us, about exactly what language to use in the new framework. And we're just entering that phase between these two meetings and at the July meeting, and hopefully we will be able to announce something near the end of the summer. And I expect that will be, and by the way, we've talked about, we've laid this out a little bit in the minutes as we go.
One last question. The NPR notes that the FOMC's policy deviates from the first difference policy rule.
Look how perfect
Can you
this is
provide a
tracking with my
justification for
prediction.
why the FOMC decided against that path?
Against the first difference rule? Well, as you probably know, there are 5 rules that we talk about there, and the first difference rule is the one that calls for a price hike. The other 4 say that we're in the right place. So the Taylor rules generally are very supportive for where we are. It so happens right now. First difference rule is a very interesting concept, which we can talk about online, which has a lot of appeal, but it can be a little bit volatile too. And right now it's calling for a rate hike. The other 4 are calling for us to hold our policy where it is.
The irony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, because
I
inflation's
go back to
not
balancing
down,
my time,
you
and I turn to
idiots.
the
We
gentleman
actually
from
need to
Oregon,
raise
Mr.
rates
Bynum,
higher.
for 5 minutes. Ms. Bynum for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off with just kind of a foundational belief I have.
He must
big,
think she's
beautiful
hot
bill is
because as soon as she started talking, he leaned in and everything. He's like, baby, you got my full undivided attention. I want to see what this girl looks like because I bet you she's attractive because look at Powell's eyes right now. He said, baby, you got all my attention.
trash, and it's actually increasing our costs. So
Look at him
thank
licking his
you for
lips.
being
Look at
here
him licking
today.
Look at him licking his lip.
I was just back home and saw firsthand that
He said,
businesses
"Baby, you got all my
across the
attention,
country,
baby."
across my state are worried about inflation.
I bet she's a
and
light-skinned
rising
beauty.
costs. And particularly for our state where we make chips, we import, export agriculture, and we have apparel. So just want to level set there.
Apparel.
My Republican colleagues have actually been focused today on asking you to lower interest rates, but they're seeming to
Powell
ignore
locked
the market
in,
chaos
bro.
that the president has caused. So my first question is, it's my understanding that one of the key responsibilities of the chair of the Federal Reserve is to stabilize prices and fight inflation.
Which they don't do.
Yes.
By my count, the president,
Fed has failed at all of that.
has changed or announced a new tariff or a delay of previously announced tariffs 19 times. And so has the president's ever-changing tariff made it easier or harder to stabilize prices?
Obviously
fight
harder.
inflation?
Come on.
So I by practice, never comment on things the president does or says.
Has the administration's policies
Smart
on
man.
Or the
tariffs-
administration.
Has the change in policy on tariffs made it easier or harder?
What is this? What is her name? I'm going to look her
It's not
up.
up to us to judge these changes. These are things that elected politicians get elected and do, and it's just not our job. You know, our job is to provide stable prices and maximum employment to the public, and that's what we do. So we do expect there will be a set of price increases from some of the price increases from tariffs will flow through to the consumer. We don't know whether that will be persistent or how large it will be, and so right now we're kind of in watch and wait mood until we have a better sense.
Is your sense that back to school will be
Once
affected,
SPY breaks
the
below
holiday
this yellow
season will
line,
be
it's going to pull
affected?
back hard.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier.
Once SPY breaks below
how-
this yellow line, it's going
You
to
didn't
pull
say
back
the exact time
hard.
frame, but you thought maybe a few months we would start to see changes from.
Looks like we're
tariff
making a
We're gonna be
possible
learning
rising
as we
wedge.
see. We'll get before the July meeting, we'll get a inflation report well before that. And, you know, we're going to be looking to see, we expect to start to see meaningful increases through the goods channel. And if we don't see that, then that'll be telling us something. We'll be learning from that. And by the way, we'll also be looking at the labor market. If it weakens unexpectedly, we'll be looking at that too. we will continue to adapt to the evolving situation as we have been doing.
Thank you. So what market conditions would make it so that the Federal Reserve would be able to lower interest rates, which would also lower costs?
The inflation coming
So as I just
down.
mentioned, I would say if we were to see that inflation is not coming through as our
It's actually a
forecast
very
and
petite
other
man.
public
Oh my
forecasts,
God, I'd be destroyed.
I have suggested that would push us in the direction of being able to cut sooner. Also, if the labor market were to weaken, that would push us in the direction of being able to cut sooner. I think if the opposite happens, if the labor market remains strong and we do see higher inflation, I think we will still get around to cutting, but it would be later rather than sooner.
What do you think American families are expecting from the Federal Reserve?
Stable prices and maximum employment. That's what we want to deliver. And, you know, we want people to feel so confident of price stability that they never think about inflation. That's where we were for a very long time. And we've made a lot of progress back to that place, but we're not quite there yet. And we're gonna finish that job.
Is there a plan that the administration has presented on how it plans to lower costs as opposed to providing tax breaks for billionaires?
Again, it's really not up to me to discuss the administration's priorities or policies.
I want tax breaks,
I'm
please,
going to quickly
bro.
switch gears here. It seems to me like you're under a lot of pressure from the president to address the national debt. True, false?
Sorry?
Are you under pressure from the president to address the national debt?
So our role is maximum employment and price stability. Fiscal policy is the responsibility of Congress. And so it's not really within our ambit.
I think that despite all of the talk about national debt, this big, beautiful trash bill, continuing to do that will actually raise the national debt. So thank you for answering the questions today and continuing to work to lower costs. for
Gentle lady's
American
time has
families.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, who is chairman of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for the generosity of your time. We're at the witching hour, but appreciate your endurance. And with respect to my friends, the gentlelady's line of questioning, would a recession that would potentially result from a massive tax increase, a $4 trillion tax increase, would a recession help the debt and deficit picture?
No. Tax receipts would go down and all that.
Yeah, so I think this sky is falling scenario about the one big beautiful bill, we have to put into context, and I'm not asking you, Chairman Powell, to comment on this, but this is my editorial response to my colleague. A massive $4.5 trillion tax increase that would put us into a recession is not a recipe for fiscal discipline. Chairman Powell, let me switch gears to tariffs. Governor Waller argued in a speech earlier this month that tariffs might result in just a one-time price increase as opposed to increasing long-term inflation expectations, especially since this Congress has not pumped massive spending into the economy as Democrats did under President Biden. On this issue of a one-time price increase versus inflation expectations, do you generally agree with Governor Waller's analysis?
So I do agree that basically, if things are a one-time increase, then you don't respond to them. That's the whole idea, is there's a shock to prices. It could be an oil shock, it could be a tariff shock. Generally speaking, you don't respond if you are highly confident that it will just be a one-time shock. I think the current situation, though, is a complicated one, and I think a number of my colleagues and I feel like it's a decision we need to take with some care. And the reason is because, you know, we're not at price stability. In 2018 and 19, when the president's tariffs were put into place, not only did we not raise rates, we cut rates 3 times that year because the tariffs were so much smaller. These tariffs are many times larger, and they do raise kind of more concern. In 2019, we hadn't had high inflation in 30 years. Now we're only a few years reduced away from high inflation. So we think that they may well prove to be a one-time thing, but in the meantime, it's a decision we want to approach with some care.
I think we've made a lot of progress towards getting closer to that 2% goal. Does the Fed take into account the disinflationary fiscal policies like supply-side tax cuts, deregulation, and more energy production that could be a counterweight to whatever one-time price increase that might materialize as a result of tariffs?
So we look at aggregate inflation, not any particular kind, and I'm very gratified at the performance of services inflation, which has come down now. That was the very sticky inflation. So I think overall the inflation picture is actually pretty positive.
Chairman Powell, we're looking forward to this rulemaking later this week addressing Treasury market liquidity. Can you talk about how banks are constrained from holding U.S. Treasuries and other low-risk assets on their balance sheet?
Yeah, SPY is about to break down, guys. This is a rising wedge. SPY is about to break down.
Yes, when banks are bound
BTC
by
looking
leverage ratio, when that's the binding capital constraint.
Yeah,
And,
love it, love it, love it, love it,
that's
love
gonna
it.
make low,
SPY is about to
low
pull back,
risk, low
guys.
return
Rising wedge
assets,
breakdown.
Something you don't want to hold. And so lots of fairly low-risk intermediation, including Treasury market intermediation, gets taxed to the point with capital requirements that you just see less of it. So I've always
SPY tracking. I tried to tell you guys. Everyone's like, oh,
all-time
all-time highs. Okay.
Binding thing, and that's what this proposal is going to do.
Well, let me preemptively thank you and Vice Chair of Supervision Bowman for working on SLR reform to accommodate more
I'm literally the
bank
SPY
holdings
king.
of treasuries to stabilize our treasury markets. Finally, I'm pleased to see that the Fed join
It's
its
not gonna
interagency
dump.
counterparts and announce that you no longer plan to consider reputational risk in your examination process. Senator Scott and I introduced the FIRM Act to stop the weaponization of the supervision process, to stop the targeting of
Mackie
politically
also just went red
unfashionable
5-minute
groups.
time frame. SPY's about to
Our
pull
bill
back as
requires
predicted.
regulators to focus on the true risks as opposed to political factors. What was the Federal Reserve's thought process in implementing this common sense reform?
That it's common sense. And, I think this is an area where we learned over the last couple of years that there really was a problem here. The reports were louder and louder and more troubling. So we just thought, let's take this off the table. It may have been
Gentleman's time has
unintentional on the
expired.
part of banks that there was so much, it was just such a
Gentleman's time has expired.
fraught issue that banks turned away people.
Gentleman's time has expired.
But they didn't intend to discriminate. That's what the banks.
Thank you for helping
Chair
to
will
depoliticize.
Thank you.
banks.
Shut up
We
now.
will recognize Mr. Torres and Mr. Loudermilk, then adjourn for our 1 p.m. agreed to hard stop time. And with that, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5
Oh,
minutes.
this is going to be great. We have a Fed meeting from 10
Thank you. Chair
a.m.
Powell,
to
you
1
spoke
p.m.
about
tomorrow as
elevated
well.
uncertainty and declining
Makes
sentiment
my
in the
job
U.S.
so much
economy.
easier.
Do you believe, as I do, that the economy would be in a better position
Just pop the
but
stream
for
on
the
at 10
elevated
a.m., let Powell
uncertainty
talk.
and declining sentiment created by the Trump tariffs?
I don't want to be criticizing policies. I will say uncertainty has.
Is it fair? It's fair to say that the policy created uncertainty.
It's fair to say uncertainty was very elevated, but it's also fair to say that uncertainty has actually come down since the peak, if you will, in April. I think there's a different feeling out there now than there was 2
SPY
months
is
ago.
retesting
and
the
it's
rising
more,
wedge.
It's more constructive feeling on the part of businesses, which you must be feeling too.
But it's higher than it otherwise would be in the absence of the Liberation Day tariffs. To what extent was the elevated uncertainty a factor in keeping the Fed from cutting interest rates?
Oh my God!
I think that's part of it. The truth is, we were cutting rates, and we paused in
Type a
January
1 in the
and haven't
chat
cut
if you
rates
have over
since.
$10,000
The reason is that
saved.
we, like other forecasters, do expect a fairly substantial.
If you have $10,000
price
saved,
increases
type
to
a 1
come
in the
through
chat.
To the consumer and to measured inflation. We've always said the timing, amount, and persistence of all that is highly uncertain. I think we hadn't expected to see it until now. We now begin to think it is time for us to be seeing that. And if we don't see it, that will matter. If we do see it, that will matter. So we've just taken a cautious approach to not moving our policy rate until we have a little more confidence about the size and likely effects of that.
Chair Powell, following the so-called Liberation Day tariffs in early April, we saw something the U.S. economy had not seen in decades, a flight not to the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, but away from it. And since President Trump's inauguration, the U.S. dollar index has fallen by nearly 10%.
That's why you
marking
buy
the worst
Bitcoin.
First half performance for the dollar since 1986. At the same time, Japan, America's largest sovereign creditor, just saw the worst 20-year Japanese government bond auction since the 1980s, raising fears that it could reduce its holdings of U.S. treasuries. Given these developments, do you believe, as I do, that the U.S. may be transitioning from a period of dollar dominance to a period of dollar decline?
That's exactly what's happening, you
Let me say,
dumbass.
the Fed does not have responsibility for the dollar. That's really the Treasury. But
I'm asking for your analysis.
I wouldn't.
Okay, so everybody typing one right
I think
now,
things have been volatile.
you have a
Markets
chance
are
to change your
adjusting
whole entire
things,
life.
And I think, the Treasury
If you have
market's been
$10,000
fine
cash,
by many
you have a
measures.
chance to
The
change
dollar's still,
everything.
You feel the
highly
safe
But you
haven
only have
status
one
of the dollars
chance.
is as strong as it's ever been?
I think the
If
dollar
you've
is
made it
still
to the
number one safe
$10,000
haven
mark
currency,
and
I-
you have
I don't think
$10,000
it's-
cash
I would say
saved,
these narratives
you can
of
change your whole
decline
life
are premature
forever.
and a bit overdone.
I want to ask about the debt. The big, beautiful bill would have ugly consequences for our nation's finances, adding more than $2 trillion to the debt if the provisions are temporary and far more if made permanent. We've accumulated World War II levels of debt, not during a world war, but during peacetime. Interest payments on the debt have become the largest item in the federal budget after Social Security, surpassing Medicaid, Medicare, and military defense. To what extent is the U.S. at risk of entering a debt spiral in which rising interest costs lead to ever larger deficits, which in turn lead to ever larger interest costs?
That's exactly
Yeah,
what's happening.
I think that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level right now, but the
Yes,
path
it is.
is not
37 trillion
sustainable.
is
And I
unsustainable,
think
buddy, especially
the
with the
sooner
GDP.
we deal with that, and by we, I mean you, the better.
And the government's never
Trump
going to get
administration
spending under
has
control
championed
because the
the
Democrats and
unitary
Republicans
executive
just blame
theory.
each other. The Democrats are just going to say it's the Republicans' fault, and the Republicans are just going to say the Democrats' fault, but they're all going to spend. Just like Trump said he was going to reduce spending, but he made the big, beautiful bill, which is increases in spending. It's all lies. And if you guys that support Trump like hardcore and just support everything he does don't see the hypocrisy, like there's a channel I watch called Liberal Hive Mind, and he talks about the hypocrisy on the Democrat side. But he fails to point out the hypocrisy on the Republican side, and that's what I don't get about repping one side. Because you can rep Republican or rep Democrat, that's fine, but you have to point out your own party when they mess up if you're going to do that. If you just ignore everything, and then once you start pointing out shit on your own party, you'll realize that they're both the same. It's literally two wings of the same damn bird. Two sides of the same damn coin, man. And the quicker you guys realize that, the better your life will be.
The notion that the president has absolute power over all entities that wield executive power. That theory, if taken to an extreme, would all but abolish the independence of the Federal Reserve. If monetary policy became nothing more than an expression of presidential will and whims, what havoc would that wreak on the U.S. economy?
I think that independent central banks have proven over time to be a valuable and critical institutional practice. And I think that is because basically advanced economy democracies around the world have given their central banks a degree of operational independence. They assign them goals. You go do this and you stick to those things, but we'll let you, you may choose the means of achieving those goals. It's called instrument independence, but not goal independence. And I think it's a very
Gentleman's time has expired.
Very important practice.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes our last member of the day, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you again. And I'm going to be brief, so maybe we can get out of here right at time. As some of my colleagues know, I chair the bipartisan Payments and FinTech Caucus along with fellow Georgian on this committee, Representative David Scott. And in the past, you and I have talked about payment-related issues like FedNow, but today, I'd like to ask you about the failure of Synapse Financial Technologies, a third-party service provider that connects banks with non-bank fintechs, and what it means for the bank and the non-bank ecosystem. Last year, a dispute between Synapse Financial Technologies and Evolve Bank and Trust revealed a shortfall in customer savings deposits of $65 to $95 million. There are still thousands of individuals who are not able to access their funds, including some of my constituents. So the question is, could you provide an update on what the Federal Reserve is doing to ensure that customers regain access to their funds? And is there anything that the Federal Reserve is considering to help prevent situations such as this going forward?
So I don't have a lot of specifics for you on that. I am assured that we're still very much doing everything we can to try to get people their money back and to avoid similar occurrences.
Okay. Well, I said I was going to be brief, and that was a brief answer. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair would like to thank Chairman Powell for his testimony today. And without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witness for his response, and Chair Powell, please respond no later than January 29, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
Dude, look at his villainous. Look at this guy. He is a true villain, bro. He is a true villain. He's like, ha, 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 ha. My evil plan has been completed. Why is he so happy? Mwahahaha. My evil plan. She's thick. Everyone wants to talk to Mr. Powell. Everybody wants to talk to Mr. Powell. My evil plan. Because I'm so short. Better take over the world. This guy's like, I can't wait to go out and get my Coke. He's like, I can't wait to go to my car and do a line. Look at this guy. He's like, come on, get out of here, dude. I need a line now. Yeah, man. Just don't mind me. Waiting for everyone to leave so I can do a line. All right, now they're gone. Let's go. Look at his jaw. His jaw's moving, baby. He's on that shit. There's the girl. That's the girl. That's the girl Powell was talking to, I bet. That's the girl Powell was talking to, he gave all the attention to. Bet. I bet. All right, that was the Fed chair speech, guys. We're going to have one tomorrow, too. I'll make sure I'm on a little bit earlier, unless I'm not. I kind of do what I want now. I'm sorry. I kind of just do what I want. Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen Call of Duty, but Call of Duty is literally unplayable right now. So many hackers. I pretty much quit Call of Duty to go to Fortnite. GameStop's looking really good. GameStop tracking. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching DZ live stream. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Spy got me all the way messed up. How? All you have to do is play the play from the Discord. And I've been calling Spy perfectly. Best job in the world, baby. What up? What up, Chili? What's good with you, bro? Yo, we printing money over here. Money is fake. They make you slave for this, bro. This fake-ass paper that's literally devaluing. They make you slave for this shit. Guys, little do you know, the dollar is literally devaluing, bro. Like, the paper, it's literally paper. It's literally paper, bro. Look at the US dollar. Literally devaluing. See, people don't know about this. This is why you guys are broke. Not the people listening on my channel, but the people that are watching on my Instagram right now that don't follow me. That's why they're broke. They don't understand the dollar's losing value. See, from 107 down to 97? That means all of your savings is losing value. That means this is fake. In order to combat the fakeness of the money, you need things like this. So this is real silver. These are real silver coins. Okay. Notice the dates. Notice the dates. This is when silver was still in the quarters. These are real silver. This is all silver. Okay, you want stuff like that. You want stuff like this. You want stuff like this. Gold keeps value, but the most important thing that you want is this. This is what's going to change your life. Bitcoin. Bitcoin is what you want, okay? Not financial advice. Bitcoin is what you want. And hold it until you're old and you'll make money. Not financial advice. You don't want these. You don't want all this fake shit, okay? You don't want that. You want legit hard assets, maybe houses, cribs. This is the stuff you want, okay? Yeah, it makes that real silver sound. That real silver sound. Technicals always happen before the news, buddy. So that's going to be proof for you for that. The technicals will always tell you what's going to happen before it happens. Now SPY pulling back as predicted. And tracking. I know you guys said all-time highs. But I'm telling you guys, it's all fake. It's all fake. There's a reason why it's not going to all-time highs. That's how I knew it wasn't going to all-time highs. There's a reason. Bro got a Swiss franc. I have a 1911 British trading coin. Trade dollar. It's a 1911 British colony trading dollar. Has silver in it. Does anybody have any cheap silver they would sell me? Oh, does anybody want to hang out this weekend? If you're in Florida. I know somebody that works at the pizza shop down there, but I'm going downtown most likely this weekend if anybody wants to meet. I'm calling an official meet and greet because if nobody shows up, I won't have to be embarrassed. I think SPY has support at SPY has support at. I wouldn't short. If you guys are asking me to short, no. I would not be shorting. But I would just take profit on calls. Wait, somebody died during a Mr. Beast challenge? Is that true? So it looks like meme stocks are right on track for the green week that I predicted. Yo, the fact that they make you slave for something that's losing value is crazy. Like, they literally make you slave at work for something that's losing value. So they literally make you work 8 hours a day of your life every single day to get something that is literally losing value. To get this fake ass paper, which I print, which I legally print in my bedroom. They make you wake up and go to work every single day for this. It's, dude, what I've realized about the world, it's everything's a lie. And I have it all figured out. If you guys want to learn how to print money, if you made money today, type a 1 in the chat. If you printed money today legally, type a 1 in the chat. If you legally printed today, type a 1 in the chat. See, the family's printing. The family's printing. Everybody typing 1s, they made money. So if you want to make money, come to the stream, learn how to print. Learn how to print. come to the stream and learn how to print. We need one more like or two more likes for 100 likes. All right, I started a goal because YouTube is bitching at me and telling me I need to push. So I started a goal. If we get five $5 super chats, I will do a 5 gifted giveaway. 5 $5 super chats or higher, and I will do a 5 gifted giveaway. Spy has support at 60619. Just gonna say hi quickly. What's up, fam? Face cam will be on here shortly. Face cam will be on here shortly. So far, GameStop tracking. They just dumped short shares on GameStop. I know it. I can tell by this price action. Watch. I don't know for sure if they dump short shares, but I can tell by this price action that they dump short shares. So let's see. Let's see if they dump short shares. I told you guys I've been pulling my money out the bank. I'm not lying. I never lie to you guys. I'm slowly pulling all of my cash out of the bank. I might get some Bapes or some off-white Jordans. What do you guys think I should get? Oh, look, they dumped short shares. Told you. I didn't even have to look. I just knew. I could tell by the price action. GameStop's going up, and then all of a sudden, Red MACD out of nowhere. That's short selling. They dumped 100,000 short shares. I knew. I didn't even have to look. I looked to confirm, but I didn't even have to look. I just knew. Spy is definitely having a fake pump. Anytime you see shit like this, you know a fake pump's coming. When you see manipulation type shit like that. Yeah, so the off-white Jordans. I'm either getting these. So I want to get either the off-whites. So I wear like a white tee with these. But I really miss the Bapesters. I used to have a bunch of these. When I was younger, and I kind of want to bring these back. I kind of want some Bapes. Kind of want some Bapesters. Once the MACD goes red on the 10-minute time frame, SPY's gonna dump. Once 10-minute MACD goes red, SPY will dump. See how the Bollinger Bands are getting tight? If it goes below the blue medium line, then it's going to dump as well. That's also going to be indication. GameStop should have tracked perfectly with my prediction, but they dumped 100,000 short shares on it. AMC we want to see just close above $3. It's up 1%. See, now I got to leave face cam on. The views go up when I turn face cam on. I'll be back in a second, guys. We need $5 super chats. If not, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Who's streaming though? We got 124 people in the building. Did Trades quit already? I might do some shrooms this weekend and go downtown. Where's my Tampa? Where's my Tampa fam at? I will say if anybody meets me and they don't treat me like a normal person, I will not like that. Made some cash today. Brother, I respect you. I respect you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for the kickback, brother. Without kickbacks, we wouldn't be here, baby. Thank you. Okay, so that's going to start us off. Brian's starting us off. Is anyone else going to finish it? We need 4 more $5 super chats or higher. BTC is looking, yeah, a little, not squeezy, but pumpy. This is a bull flag it's making. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you. Of course, they're dumping short shares on AME too. 3.1 million for AMC and 3.9 million for GameStop. Show me the way, show me the way. I'm gonna entertain you today. Money to be made. You know what it be? Money over everything. R-I-P-P-P. Yeah. M or me? What's it gonna be? R-I-P. GameStop should be pushing up, but they dumped 100,000 short shares. We need to confirm 10-minute MACD green and then SPY will pull back. Bro really has the best life in the world, bro. My life could not be better. Thank you, DZ Fam. I love you. DZ Fam! Help change my life, baby. Hopefully I help change yours. Money over everything until I get rich. GameStop should have followed my prediction perfectly, but they dumped 100,000 short shares. Literally 22 minutes ago. In that 22 minutes, 5, 10, 15, 20, right here, where it deviated from my prediction, that's exactly where they dumped the short shares. This is why I said don't short SPY. Just take profits on puts or on calls. I'm posting in the day trade chat inside of Discord. I'm posting in the day trade chat inside the Discord. $130 people in the building. 130 people in the building. 106 likes. 1 brand new member. Multiple supers. Chris P hooked us up right in the beginning, and Anubis Gaming, and then we also have Brian as well. If we get 4 more $5 super chats or higher, I'm going to be doing a 5 gifted giveaway. Yeah, SPY's definitely getting fake pumped. Now, SPY pushing up, GameStop should definitely go up. See, this is why this market be pissing me off sometimes. They keep shorting GameStop and they keep pumping SPY, man, and just it makes me mad sometimes. Stop shorting GameStop. Stop pumping SPY. I know why you're doing it, but just let what happens has to happen, guys. You guys messed up. Just let it happen. It's not like we made the mistake. You made the mistake. GameStop should have definitely curled up here, but they dumped 100,000 short shares on it. It keeps climbing, so this is so all the rich people can exit their positions. Do you know how much selling's happening on NVIDIA, Apple? They're all taking profits. They're all taking profits. I'm starting to see bearish divergence on NVIDIA, RSI trending down, price trending up. This is going to end bad. RSI trending down, price trending up. This is going to end bad. You guys know what happened last time that happened. Price trending up. Volume trending down. Remember what happened last time? I'll show you what happened last time. This is not going to end well. Look at this giant gap on SPY. Do you think this is going to end well? You guys act like you don't remember what happened last time all these gaps were made. And SPY did the same exact thing. We literally just went through this a couple months ago. When SPY kept going up in the rising wedge, making all those gaps, and then it just died. This is so rich people can exit their positions. I bet you there's sell walls on NVIDIA. I bet you. I bet you. See, I told you. I didn't even have to look, I just knew. You see all these sell walls? This pump is so the rich can take profits. That's why there's all these sell walls up here. I didn't even have to look, I just knew. Because they need to hit these targets to the upside so they can sell all of their stock to the dummies buying at all-time highs. If you're buying a stock at all-time highs, you're dumb. If a stock is near all-time highs and you're buying it, you're dumb. What are you doing? Unless you're trading. But if you're buying for like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, turn to me. Turn to me. I got you on crypto. If you want crypto guidance, I got you. I wouldn't buy Bitcoin for 100K, but I would buy anything under 100K. But Bitcoin's going to be 250K soon, so why does it matter? I'm saying if you're buying a stock like NVIDIA, and stocks are different than crypto. You do know that. Stocks are different than crypto. Stocks can be diluted. Stocks can be reverse split. Stocks can be hypothecated. Bitcoin cannot. Come on, GameStop, bounce! Oh, we're getting bearish divergence on the 5-minute time frame too. RSI trending down, price trending up. That's all signs of fake pump. All signs of fake pump. Volume decreasing, price trending up. This is all signs of fakeness. Rising wedges, that's signs of fakeness. Why rising wedges are created because people are selling, but there's still enough buying power to keep it going up. So these are all signs that I know that big whales are taking profits on stupid retail, thinking that SPY's going to go up forever and stocks are going to go up forever. And now GameStop's making a falling wedge, and they're making a falling wedge because people are buying, but they're artificially selling. That's why falling wedges are made. And rising wedges are made because people are selling, but there's artificial buying. That's why rising wedges get made. Rising wedge, falling wedge. GameStop gets manipulated down, SPY gets manipulated up. It's a crazy world we live in, guys. Crazy world we live in. And nothing is as it seems. The reason why I'm shadow banned is because I explain things like why the opium epidemic happened. All right, we got 2 hours and 30 minutes to try to get the 5 or the 3. We need 4 more $5 super chats or higher. 4 more $5 super chats or higher. If so, we'll be doing a gifted giveaway. 5 gifted giveaway. 5 gifted giveaway if we make that. All right, we're getting a red a doji here, 5-minute time frame, SPY. Yeah, I'm sorry, KRABI. Unfortunately, this is why I said no shorting, only take profit. You want to take profit to secure the bag, but you don't want to short. Hopefully GameStop breaks out of this falling wedge. If so, we could see a push to the upside. Cares about Ironheart. GameStop breaking out of the falling wedge. GameStop breaking out of the falling wedge. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. GameStop's breaking out of the falling wedge right now. This is bullish. Can we get some rockets? Alright, I officially have the dopest beats out of any YouTuber. Yeah, yeah. Easy got the beats. Bro, I have the best beats. Lottery stocks calling for a green week now? He can't do that. That's what I do. You're telling me he tries to predict the weekly candle? He can't do that. That's what I do, bro. All these YouTubers copy, bro. Listen to all you YouTubers. I know you hear me, bro. You're not gonna ever be me. Find your own lane, bro. Stop trying to copy me. That's why you're gonna fall behind. That's why I'm gonna surpass you all. Find your own lane, bro. I'm doing my own thing. I'm creating my own shit. I'm about to make ideas that nobody even thought of. You guys will never be able to compete with me. Just stop. Just give up. Just close your channels down. DataZero's taking over. Like I said from day one, get with it or get left behind. GameStop breaking out, SPY pulling back. Notice how when SPY pulls back, GameStop pushes up. SPY pulls back, GameStop pushes up. SPY's about to start falling. Now you can short SPY, not financial advice. 607 puts. 607 puts. Oh my god, my beats are too insane. White dotted lines of P. White dotted lines of P. I'm the Spy King. Also, thank you guys for 1,400 views in yesterday's video. All right, orders here. Spy King, baby. Spy King. GameStop pushing up, GameStop pushing up, baby. Hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. Spy pulling back as predicted, baby. Bro, because it's fake. Anytime you see shit like that, you know manipulation's gonna happen. That's fake shit, bro. Anytime you see shit like that, know you're about to be having a whole day of manipulation. And that's exactly what we're having today. A whole day of manipulation. They're running it up so they can take profits. We just passed 1,000 views. We just passed 1,000 views. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That spy call I called out, though, in the Discord absolutely printed. I called out call options in the Discord yesterday. Once 10-minute MACD goes red on SPY, that's when SPY will fully start to pull back. I'm going to extend this just a little bit. It's coming though. You see the momentum fading and the RSI trending down? SPY's going to start to roll over, not financial advice. SPY is 100% going to start to roll over, especially once that 10-minute goes red.
Here's a great way to level up.
AMC at 302. AMC 303. Spy resistance 607.15. Spy resistance 607.15. Spy about to pull back. Spy about to pull back. Spy about to pull back. Hey, you can believe what you want, bro. Spy's gonna pull back. Just trust me, dog. I am the king. I am so confident that Spy is gonna pull back. They don't call me Spy King for nothing. Watch this shit. Give it. I'll even tell you what time it's gonna pull back. It's 2:30. It's gonna pull back by 3 o'clock, 3:15. Giving up is not what you need to do in the market, brother. You never give up. Watch and learn, baby. Watch and learn. When it comes to this stock shit, I'm really him. Uh-oh. 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 Bearish momentum building. Bearish momentum building. SQQQ is not going to be pretty viable. You might get some, but SPY put 607 put would have been the best play. SPY 607 put like I called out. And I literally called it out for free. I called it out in the Discord, but I also called it out for free here on YouTube. But I don't always do that. I normally save that stuff for the Discord. But I'm feeling generous today. Of course, none of this is financial advice. This is just what I'm looking at based off my research and my own due diligence. You must do your own research and due diligence before buying any asset. 10-minute MACD going red. Oh, look, SPY starting to fall. I'm the king of SPY. I'm the fucking king, bruh. I don't even care if it sounds cocky, it sounds arrogant, bro. I don't care. I'm him. I always call it, baby.
With Coinbase.
Stocks and crypto, the charts, they're my bitch. Stocks and crypto are my bitch, dog. I predict this shit like nothing. Like nothing. Oh, 607 puts. Go ahead, Spy. Prove me wrong, Spy. Prove me wrong. Don't pull back. Prove me wrong. I dare you. I dare you to prove me wrong, Spy. You won't. Because I know exactly what's happening next. I'm literally daring the market to prove me wrong. Go ahead, Spy. Don't pull back. Prove me wrong. I dare you, dog. RSI trending down, price trending up, bearish, divergence. I see it all, baby. I see it all. One picture can tell me everything I need to know. Everything. Spy pulling back as predicted. How does he do it? How does he know what's going to happen before it happens? You got to read between the lines. 10-minute MACD going red, as predicted. Spy's my bitch. GameStop! Let's go! Spy pulling back, GameStop pushing up. You see how that happens? You see how that happens? When Spy was pumping, GameStop was pulling back. Call me OODZ, the Spy guy. The name's Spy, James Spy. I called for a pullback at officially 315. All right, guys, GameStop pushing up. GameStop pushing up for a major level. $23.15 here, guys. GameStop pushing for major level right now. GameStop pushing for major level. $3.15, guys. If GameStop breaks $3.15, it's on and popping. If GameStop breaks $3.15, it's on and popping. GameStop breaks $3.15, it's on and popping. Let's go. Let's get some rockets. Let's get some rockets. Let's get some rockets. Spy tracking, bro. Spy tracking, bro. Spy tracking, bro. $3.15, bro. So when $3.15 comes and Spy pulls back, I don't want to hear shit. GameStop pushing up. GameStop pushing up, guys. We're headed towards the gap. Yeah, Spy rejecting from resistance. That's bearish. Spy rejecting from resistance. That's bearish. Red MACD, bearish. 10-minute MACD confirming, bearish. RSI trending down, price trending up, bearish. Come on, GameStop, let's go. Rockets in the chat, baby. Rockets in the chat. Yeah, secure the bag. Secure the bag. Bags must be secured. I called out an amazing play in the Discord. If you would have got the play in the Discord I called out, you would have literally made at least $1,000, bro. This is why the Discord pays for itself. If you guys want to get in the Discord, hit me up on my email, DataZeroOfficial5. DataZeroOfficial5. Also, we need, guys, we only have 1 hour and 52 minutes left to get 4 more $5 super chats or higher. If we get 4 more $5 super chats or higher, I will be doing a gifted giveaway. Rockets, rockets, rockets. Yes. 315, major support and resistance. If we hold it, it's on and pop it. I put out an official play in the Discord, the DZ DataZero trading alerts. Yesterday, I said call options are going to print, and they sure did print. Bitcoin at 105.8. Okay, guys, we are pushing on GameStop. 2320. Okay, DataZero has the sickest beats, bro. DataZero has the sickest beats. SPY still tracking, SPY still tracking, SPY still tracking. Bearish momentum building, bearish momentum building. I think we're going to pull back around 315, not financial advice. 315. Let's see those rocket in the chat. AMC at 302. If AMC breaks above 303, we could see a push up. SPY pulling back as expected, guys. Bearish momentum building. Watch out. Come on, SPY, humble me. SPY, humble me. Pump. Pump, SPY, humble me. Humble me, SPY. I need some humbling because I'm feeling myself today. You better pump, SPY. You better pump because I swear if I'm right on this, it's over. My ego will be highly inflated, dog. You better humble me today. Will the market humble DataZero? Find out. Or will DataZero be right once again? Find out in today's episode of DZ. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Rockets, baby. AMC 303, baby, let's go! GameStop. Let's hear how the computer says it. Hey, hey.
GameStop.
Thank you for the super chat. Can't wait. Brother, thank you. Thank you, brother. Muchas gracias, señor. Muy grateful. De nada, de nada, de nada, de nada. Ladies and gentlemen, will my ego go Super Saiyan or will the markets humble me? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball DZ. RSI starting to get overbought, GameStop. RSI getting overbought, GameStop. GME's on a mission, baby. GME's on a mission. GME's on a mission. GME's on a mission. GME's on a mission. GME's. Yo, we're going to the gap fill. This is what's up. Yo, we're going to the gap fill. I think you guys should drop more rockets. It's crazy when SPY pulls back, GameStop pushes up. $248. 315's coming. It is now 248. It is 248. We got two 10-minute MACDs red. 315, 330 at the absolute latest, but we're looking for 315. You guys seen this before. It sells off in the close. You've seen this before. You've seen this 100 times, guys. You've seen this same story play out 100 times. It pumps all day and sells off in the close as institutions take profit. We've seen this story before. We've seen it play out. Institutions start taking profits in the close. After SPY pumps all day. We've seen this happen a million times, guys. It's the story is as old as time. Will my ego go Super Saiyan? Will my ego go Super Saiyan? SPY tracking. I think my ego's going Super Saiyan today, guys. I think we might go Super Saiyan today. We're about to find out, though. Will SPY humble me? Or will I go Super Saiyan? I'm as eager to find out as you guys. But all I know is SPY is tracking perfectly right now. God, don't do this to me, guys. Don't do this to me. I already feel like I'm him. Don't do it. You have to humble me, bro. You have to. You cannot let me win today. Don't do it. Don't let me win today. Don't do it, SPY. I'm begging you. My head will inflate and it'll explode. Live on camera right now. If SPY does this to me, my ego is literally going to explode on camera today. GameStop's not stopping. GameStop's not stopping. I'm begging you, SPY, don't let me win. Don't let me be right. What if right when 315 comes, it drops? Bitcoin at 105.8. Bitcoin at 105.8. You guys hear this beat? Oh my God. Listen to this shit. You guys hear that? Wow, that is music to my ears. I'd rather listen to beats than rap. I'll just listen to beats, man. It's beautiful. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's 3:53 or 2:53. Seven minutes till power hour. 7 minutes till power hour. I don't know, guys. It looks like it's going my way. I don't know. Looks like it's going my way. PPT could step in or something. I don't know, but it looks like it's going my way. We just 3 10-minute print red candles now. Bearish momentum is 1,000% building. Oh, AMC's back at 303. Let's go. We need to see it above 303 though. Okay, I see what's going on. GameStop has a gap fill at 23.33 to 23.38. RSI is overbought right now, so if it pulls back, what I want to see is GameStop hold 23.15. Did you guys hit the subscribe button yet? If there's anyone watching who hasn't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Oh shit. I told you guys. I told you. Remember the haters yesterday that tried to knock us down? Now look, we're at 16,279. Thank you so much. Guys, I literally, the white dotted lines are too OP. The white dotted lines are too OP. I'm sorry. Nothing can stop the dotted lines. Nothing can stop it. My ego's going Super Saiyan, guys. It's over. It's over. My ego's going Super Saiyan today, family. You guys are going to see me go full Super Saiyan, bro. SSJ3, bro. Like, oh my God. Why are we tracking like this? Spy, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. The bull's feeling himself lately. Oh my God. It looks like it's going my way! Everything's going my way! I can't stop winning. WWW gang. It looks like it's going my way, fam. Sister Super Chat! Hey, aren't you in the Discord? You're in the Discord, Danny. I broke it down in the Discord. If you are trying to do that, it would be limited. Limited downside. There's limited downside, brother. It's not worth it. Quick in and out. I did call it out already here, so 607 put is what I would play. Not financial advice. It should print by tomorrow. You should be able to cash out tomorrow or right before closing today. But that's if, you know, that's a risk. That's a risk. I pretty much told no. I pretty much said shorting today is not what you want to do. But this is a story as old as time. We've seen this before. Oh, Amy's back at 303. Okay, so guys, if Amy can break above, thank you, Danny Lamb, for the super chat. You need a lot of money if you were to do the 607 put, because you'd have to get a lot of contracts to be able to get a move out of it. You would have to either have a lot of contracts, or you would have to have enough money to, like, it's not worth it. Options are different than like short just shares, so you have to be careful how you play options. So that's why I said SQQQ would not be viable. If you really want to short today, which I should advise not, I don't give advice, but me personally, I would not do it. What I would have did is I would have played the SPY call option from the Discord and let that ride until today. And I would have took profits probably back here, because there's no point of waiting for this little bit of extra high, because how I explained before, you got your value, you got your time, okay? And then you got your price. Okay? So with options, you lose value over time. So even if price does something like this, and then makes a slightly higher high or a higher high, it's better to take profit here than waiting all the way over here. Why? Because you have more value left. The value is called theta. So that's why it's better. It would have been better to take profits here when I was screaming, take profits, take profits, take profits, than wait for this little bit of tiny extra upside that's coming at this point right now. Because you have this is your price. This is the easiest way I can explain it. Even though it made this higher high, it would have been better to take profits here while you have more value than waiting for your contract to constantly lose value. And if you get 0 days, which I suggest don't, because that's like lighting your money on fire. But if you get 0 days, theta's going to really be against you. And if anything less than 2 weeks, you have to get a move, and you have to get it fast. So that's why it's better just to take profits earlier. None of this is financial advice. I'm just telling you how options work, guys. Yeah, certain times of the day also, that's called implied volatility. So certain times of the day, you'll see that implied volatility. That's what that's called. And that means options are going to be more expensive. So when implied volatility is up, it's during certain times of the day, or if certain events are happening. For example, a Fed Powell testimony, implied volatility is going to be up. Basically, like, they're expecting volatility, so options are going to cost more. So that's something you got to take into account. Options premiums will be higher because of, like, news events, time of the day. News events and time of the day. Anything that could affect the market. Upcoming events, I guess, but that's basically news events. Time of the day can matter, things of that nature. Okay, SPY is pushing up a little bit. SPY is pushing up a little bit here. SPY is pushing up a little bit here. We do have SPY pushing to the upside. Now, watch GameStop pull back. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Don't pull back, GameStop. If we pull back, this is what I want to see from GameStop. I want to come back down. I want to retest, and I want to push up. This would be the most ideal situation here. We are at 3:02 on the mark. 3:02. 3:02. We are officially in Power Hour. I got to play my Power Hour commercial. SPY has resistance at 607.63. SPY resistance at 607.63. AMC coming back down at 302. AMC is barcoding right now. So AMC's literally been barcoding since 12 o'clock. We've been barcoding, basically, between ping pong and between 302 and 303. AMC, we need to see break over 303. But in the long run of things, AMC is still... Oops. Okay, in the long run of things, AMC is still, even though it's lagging behind and taking forever, it's still tracking with my overall macro prediction here. And I think we should be green on the week at this point. Yes. So AMC is officially green on the week at this point. AMC is officially green on the week at this point. GameStop is down 1.02%, but I expect, like I said, I told you guys a little bit more downside for GameStop before upside. I expect GameStop to recover throughout the rest of this week. So we are on track so far for that. SPY coming up here in the next couple of days. We have Fed Chair Powell testimony tomorrow. So that's going to be a repeat of what you've seen today, except they're going to be answering more questions. The big thing here for Thursday is going to be GDP. GDP is coming out here on Thursday, June 6th. Now, the forecast and the consensus are saying that GDP is going to come out negative. If that happens, it's going to be really, 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 really bad. If GDP comes out negative, and this is for the quarter over quarter, so if GDP comes out negative again, that's going to confirm that the economy is officially contracting, like it's literally confirming it. So this would be really, really bad. I wouldn't be surprised if they cook the numbers just to make sure GDP doesn't close or doesn't come out negative. This would be devastating. SPY at 607.50. SPY meeting that resistance here. RSI overbought. 10-minute time frame. 10-minute MACD still red. So not too confident in SPY being able to hold these upper levels here. Not too confident in SPY being able to hold those levels. All right, GameStop getting a nice push right now. GameStop getting a nice push. Okay, we're heading right for the gap fill, guys. I told you guys if we broke above 23.15, you would see a nice movement to the upside. $23.30 on GameStop, guys. $23.30 on GameStop. $23.30. RSI overbought, though. RSI is now officially overbought 5-minute time frame, heading towards overbought on 10-minute time frame. But RSI doesn't matter if we drop rockets. RSI won't matter if we drop rockets, guys. RSI does not matter if we drop rockets. So I would ask you all to drop a rocket. Initiate the rockets, okay? Rockets initiated. SPY at 607.60 right now. Resistance at 607.63. Bitcoin at 105.6, 105.6. Ethereum at 2.4K right now. ACHR is up 7%. What the hell? ACHR, this is one you guys should, not financial advice, keep on your list. Also has this big gap fill to the upside here. ACHR is this is why I have it on the watch list. Okay, that's all I'm saying about that. There's a reason why I have ACHR on the watch list. All right, we actually have some action today. I love it. 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 And Amy's looking really good. Amy's looking really good. She's moving slow now, but she's looking good for that recovery. And this is so good for us because we have our low and we're about to make a higher low. Once AMC starts to push back up, GameStop should start to push up as well. Once they start moving up in conjunction. I know she's moving slow now, but AMC should be able to do a lot better here once we get back above like 305, 306. SPY at 607.54. SPY at 607.54. RSI is definitely trending down, guys. This is bearish divergence. This is bearish divergence. $105. Okay, guys, GameStop is pushing up. GameStop is pushing up. Rockets are in full effect right now. Rockets are in full effect. We're getting a nice move here. Broke out of the falling wedge. So we had this falling wedge here. I called this perfectly from yesterday's video. I told you guys GameStop would come down. Yes, I called AMC and GameStop 1,000%. Prediction, we literally called this for the recovery. Top that we were kind of making here, which means that game. Trying to find the clip. Retest either 2280 right here or 2290 in the morning. Then we'll pull back. We'll probably retest either 2280 or 2291, and then we'll find a bottom there, and then we'll be able to push up. And that's exactly what GameStop did, retesting 2291, coming down as low as 2285, finding that bottom, pushing up. Then we got shorted down, falling wedge, because people are buying, even though they're shorting. And now we're breaking out of this falling wedge, heading toward this gap fill. This is beautiful for GME. And we want to see GameStop back over $25, $30, guys, because that's where shorts are pressured, and that's why they're so scared of GameStop right now. They need GameStop underneath the $20 level, and they can't get it. We're fighting our way back. SPY is pulling back here slightly right now. SPY is pulling back here slightly. Again, that bearish divergence will kick in. We're getting close to 315 where you could start seeing that pullback, 330, 315 where you could start seeing that pullback as people start to take profits for the day, algorithms start to take profits for the day, and institutions potentially start selling. SPY 700. I got a better one. SPY 9000, brother. SPY 9000.
SPY 700 face with tears of joy.
SPY over 9,000. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Come on, Amy. Get out of the 303, buddy. Amy's a 3. I want Amy to be not a 303, but I need Amy to be a 304. Do you understand? Yes, I'm focused on GameStop right now. GameStop got my attention because of the setup we have right now. We could see some upside here. GameStop's definitely got my attention right here. We got this nice falling wedge breakout and this beautiful push to the upside. So yeah, GameStop's definitely got my attention here. Yeah, I'm not trusting SPY. This was kind of like a bull flag. I was worried about that. It kind of made like this bull pennant here. I seen it at like when we were like, I would say about this point here. I could see it. I can just see these things. I don't have to draw the lines. So you have like this, you have this push up and then a bull pennant, but then you hit resistance here. And then with the bearish divergence, you could see like a slight pop up before pullback. So I still think we're going to see a sell off here in the close, in my personal opinion. Oh, I just had the bangers. Come on. RSI is way too overbought for GameStop right now, though. That's the one thing. Sitting at 75 on the 1 minute time frame. We got 147 people in the building right now. Thank you so much for being here, guys, man. I truly appreciate y'all. Fed Powell testimony today, and I'm going to be streaming the Fed Powell testimony tomorrow. So tune in for that. One brand new member, 125 likes, 1,250 plus views, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's now officially 3:15. It's now officially 3:15. It is now officially 3:15, ladies and gentlemen. It is now officially 3:15. 45 minutes remaining. What if SPY instantly just started like, what if you instantly just seen a big ass red candle just literally obliterate as soon as 3:15 hit, bro? Oh my God, that would have been insane, dude. Like as soon as the clock turned to 3:15, just instantly obliterate red candle. I have done shit like that before in the past. I try to perform miracles live. That way it makes people question, like, does he really know? Does he really know everything? That's why I try to perform these miracles live. But in order to do so, you have to make bold predictions. Okay, it looks like Amy might try to break this 303 resistance. I'm hoping what happens here at the end of the day is Amy pushes up for the 303 resistance. We're starting to get green MACD 10-minute time frame, and we have full green MACD 5-minute time frame. So I'm hoping we can get out of this barcode zone and push up over the 303 resistance. We need Amy to become a 304. Never zero DTE. Never, always 2 weeks out or more. Always 2 weeks out or more, not financial advice. Because you need room to breathe. You need room to breathe. And with the 2 weeks out, you have more theta, like regardless. Even if you're trading a trade for today on an option, not financial advice of any of this. But in my personal opinion, okay, if you have an option and you're trading for today, what you would want to do is, even if it's today, 2 weeks out, like even if you're like, okay, I'm expecting the move today, you still want to do 2 weeks out. Why? Because a zero DTE is, I promise you, is literally lighting your money on fire, because your theta is going to burn so fast, bro. If you don't get a big ass move and get it quickly, you're going to just expire worthless. So again, none of this is financial advice, guys, but please just think about what I'm telling you. 2 weeks out or more on anything. Oh man, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. I love you, KRB, but you got to be strong, bro. If you have a bad day, don't curl up in a ball and say I quit. Because this game ain't for quitters, dog. And I'm saying this with the utmost respect, bro. Just take, if you need to, take a day off. But never, never, ever curl up in a ball and accept defeat, dog. Never. Never that. Never that, bro. Never that. Every trader's been there where they're like, oh, I gotta quit, or whatever the case may be. Bruh, if you have one bad day or you blow an account, it's part of the learning process. It is what it is. You get back up on your feet and you come back. That's the only way you'll become profitable. That's the only way you'll become profitable in this game. SPY still meeting resistance at 607.63. SPY resistance 607.63. 10-minute MACD still red. RSI still trending down. Definitely could still see the sell-off here in the close. Then play the manipulation, brother. Aren't you in the Discord? I called call options. Use the manipulation to your benefit. Also, even if it's manipulated, you can still read everything. You can still read everything, bro. Like, it doesn't matter if it's manipulated. Right here was a small bull pennant. Pop to the upside, then resistance here. Like, you can still read everything. It doesn't matter if it's manipulated. Rising wedge, so you get a breakdown. Then we pushed up here. Found support, pushed up here, made a bull pennant, came up the resistance. Like, you can still read everything. All I know is, me personally, nothing ever gonna stop me from trading. Nothing is ever gonna stop me from trading. Me personally. Wow, thank you guys. There's a lot of people here. Face cam for the win, bro. Turn on the face cam. I seen a big pop. Bro, I gotta start having face cam on, man. This shit crazy. AMC looks like his own life support. I don't really feel that way. I really don't feel that way. But maybe I'm biased. I don't know. I feel like AMC's tracking with my prediction. I feel like AMC's making a higher low. I feel like this is a higher low right here. Yeah. I don't feel that way at all. I don't feel that way at all. It's just, it's moving slow. But that's what they do. They drag it out. Bro, they're not gonna make this easy. They're going to drag it out as long as possible. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. MOA's 2030. Listen, unless you're trading AMC, guys, unless you're trading AMC and doing short swing trades or call options, stuff like that, prepare for holding for a long-ass time. And I mean a long-ass time, okay? If you just want to buy and hold, you better first of all, be able to buy the fear. If you want to buy and hold. So when people are scared, they're like, oh, it's going to $2, it's going to $2. And DataZero is telling you it's going to bottom at $245. You got to be able to buy the fear, because RSI is overbought. Okay? So when you buy on these RSI overbought points, you can make money on AMC, for sure. Just shares. You can easily make money on AMC with just shares, not even risky options, simply by buying the bottoms and selling the rallies, because we have decent rallies. Look at this. Right here, you could have made a boom, a 66% increase. And you really could have bought right here and did, like, in a couple of weeks, did a 50% right there. But you either have to trade, or if you're buying and holding, you better be prepared to hold for a long time. But the thing about AMC right now on the micro time frame is we need to break above 303. That's and I also need that for my prediction to continue to track as well. I figured we'd consolidate around these ranges, but we should push up. But we are on track for the green week. We are on track for the green week that I called for. I do need GameStop to push up a little bit, though. I would be really upset if GameStop let me down. I don't think it will. But AMC is 1,000% going to have a green week, bro. We're breaking out of the falling wedge. We're up half a percentage point. But I feel like we could easily do like 3 to 5%. And then the next week should be pretty decent as well. Soon we're going to get a decent move up here for AMC, though. And GameStop, once GameStop goes back into its daily gap fill. GameStop also, guys, I just want to point this out for everyone, 23.33 to 23.38. We have a gap fill here on AMC. SPY at 607.63. Bitcoin at 105.6. Ethereum's at 2,433. Cardano ADA's at 58 cents. XRP current price $2.20. Fed Chair Powell meeting tomorrow. 3.9 million short shares. They just shorted on GameStop. 3.9 million. They shorted on GameStop 1 hour ago. AMC 3.1 million. They shorted on AMC 5 hours ago. I think we'll. Now Amy looks like it's losing momentum. This is whack. I need you to make this move, Amy. 303 is what we need to be above. So Amy needs to become an official 304. If you know, you know. Once Amy becomes 304, we all get some. Okay? Once Amy becomes a 304, we all get some. Wow, we only have 35 minutes remaining, y'all. 35 minutes remaining. 35 minutes remaining. RSI is really high here for GameStop right now, so I'm a little bit worried. I think 10 minute is starting to get, yeah, 10 minutes getting pretty close too as well. A little bit worried about that. Bro, we're booming! 173 in the building. Thank you guys for being here, y'all. Hopefully you guys enjoy the tunes. We got the custom DataZero tunes. Welcome into the fam. If you're not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. And if you haven't hit the like button, I'd appreciate it if you hit the like button as well. Maybe we can get 150 likes, maybe. Who knows? Possibly here. SPY at 607.58. GameStop 23.23. AMC 302. For my headphone listeners, I know there's a couple people that listen to headphones at work and they cannot see. I know my headphone listeners are out there, right? They just dumped 650K shares. What? They've done stuff like that before. They've dumped 1 million shares. I'm playing this beat one more time. This beat's fire. You guys like the tunes? Type a 1 in the chat if you like the tunes. GME insiders buy just now. How do you know? How do you know that? Can we confirm? Wait, did the war in the Middle East get stopped? They didn't stop. Yo, he's mad as hell they didn't stop. They negotiated a ceasefire and then Trump not happy. What are you gonna do though? What can you do? You're gonna spank him? Oh, so he did put troops in the in Qatar. Oh man, see. Israel was the first one to strike too, after the ceasefire. SPY at 607.46. GameStop at 23.23. AMC at 301. Amy, we need you to become a 304. You understand? All right, time for a rager, guys. Are you ready? We only got 2 people typing 1 to enjoy the beats, man. We got the best tunes. Okay, a lot of people said they're enjoying the tunes. I see. I try to keep an assortment of tunes for you guys. And I try to keep it fresh. 10-minute MACD's still red, guys. Pull back in the close imminent. There's probably sell walls up here too. If I had to guess. Let's find out. This is not the one I want. See how I call this falling wedge? They have sell walls at 608 all the way to 611. See how I called this falling wedge and then I called out calls in the Discord, which absolutely printed. I called out 6 or 590, 99, 599.50. SPY made a 1.5% gain from there. So for an option, that's huge. And it happened in just 1.5 days, because it half day yesterday when I called it out, and then today. Which you should have took profits right around here, because why? Remember, the little bit of extra high doesn't matter if your theta runs out. So we got this falling wedge on Spizers. Sell walls begin 608.17. To 612.04 roughly. All right, RSI is pulling back for GameStop. We might have to pull back a little bit here, guys. So if you see some pullback on GameStop, don't worry. Don't be alarmed. It's all part of the process. It is what it is. GameStop looks really good, man. GameStop looks really good, and I think tomorrow we should have a very decent bullish day. GameStop looks really good. We found this, we came up, we had this big rally, we came up, we found this bottom. I kind of want to look at GameStop here on TradingView. Because I know they have, yeah, of course they have sell walls. So unfortunately right now there's a... Look how they do GameStop and AMC, bro. They do them so dirty, bro. They just constantly have sell orders, bro. Big blocks of them that we have to fight through. And that's why GameStop makes... Bro, if GameStop... The thing about the shit is if GameStop were to not have all of these short shares being dumped on it and all of these sell orders, bro, GameStop would literally explode hundreds of percentage points, dude. It has so much bearish pressure that it has to fight through on a daily basis. And on top of all of that, they dark pool everything, man. Right now, GameStop has 66% dark pool volume. So they dark pool everything. They dump short shares on it. They put sell walls. So it's constant sell pressure. And GameStop still, despite all of that, goes up. Bro, if none of that shit was happening, bro, this stock would go crazy. Absolutely crazy. This thing defies logic every single day. SPX, I've been checking SPY all day. We have this resistance here. SPY's able to hold 607.63. You could see a little bit more upside, but RSI is so overbought that you're going to see a correction down here. RSI is overbought on almost every single time frame. 5-minute time frame, it's about to go overbought. 10-minute time frame, 71. 15-minute time frame, it's at 69. 30-minute time frame, it's at 76. Hourly time frame, it's at 79. 2-hour time frame, it's at 77. And 4-hour, it's literally overbought on every single time frame. So it's going to get to the point where there's nowhere else to go but down. It's overbought on literally almost every single time frame. It's also creating bearish divergence on multiple time frames. Daily time frame, RSI trending down as price trends up. So RSI is trending down, price is trending up. This is on the daily time frame. That's bearish divergence. It's creating bearish divergence on multiple time frames, and it's going overbought on multiple time frames. Last time it made bearish divergence on the weekly time frame, we saw a 20% crash on SPY. Of course. So last time when RSI was trending down as price was trending up, we saw a 20% retracement, 21% retracement, 22% retracement. RSI trending down, price trending up. Now look what's happening. RSI trending down, price trending up. Also, rising wedge. Rising wedge. All right, GameStop's pulling back as expected, guys. Remember, RSI is overbought right now, so don't worry about that. We're letting the RSI cool down. And if we let RSI cool down before close, we could see a push to the upside. GameStop has this gap fill at 23.33 to 23.38. SPY is at 607.70. GameStop's 23.25. AMC's at 301. Bitcoin at 105.5. Damn, over leverage on $24 calls. You're so close. You're so close, but so far. Okay, so if I had $24 calls, I'm not telling you what to do, but if I had $24 calls on GameStop right now, I would hope that you would have at least a week or two, because GameStop is definitely going back to $24. We have this gap fill in the daily time frame. But you need time. Time is your enemy. Look how the RSI is trending up. The MACD's curling up. Momentum's building for GameStop. But you need time. Look at the RSI trending up perfectly. Momentum's building. Green MACD 4-hour time frame. We're actually trying to get above the blue medium line here. The key is if GameStop can break and hold like 23.50, it's going to start moving pretty quick. Ooh, Friday. Friday might be a little soon. Your best bet is if tomorrow we pump, because I think tomorrow we could see a decent pump as long as we stay above 315. You could definitely, if we stay above 315 tomorrow and start moving towards 2350, if we stay above 2315 tomorrow and get to 2350, you'll be okay. SPY at 607.66. GameStop 23.25. AMC 302. AMC's been ping-ponging between these two ranges here. I'm not ignoring Amy, guys. I just, when it barcodes like this, you know, I just keep an eye on it. The price is always right here, so you guys can see it at all times. I stream in HD, so you can definitely see it. I'm not ignoring Amy. And also, Amy's tracking. So that's why I'm focusing on GameStop right now. See, what I'm hoping GameStop does is get this push up in the close. And if that does happen, then human-made, you're going to be really good if we get this push up in the close. Because if we can push up into that gap, we're going to be looking good. We're at 342, guys. 342. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Shout out to the new subscriber. We're at 16,279. Thank you for the new subscriber. We're at 16,279. Thank you. If you guys haven't and you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. Join the DZ fam. You already know what it is. We have fun, get money, have fun. Don't take yourself too seriously, man. Have fun and make money. Also, we have the best music, too. We got 159 people in the building right now. 159 people in the building, man. I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure you guys hit that like button. We're getting close to 150 likes. We need 7 more likes if you guys don't mind. 7 more likes for that 150. I tried to get the goal going. But we only got 1 out of 5. But hey, it happens. It happens. We still got 15 minutes left, but hey, it happens. For $5 super chats, I was gonna do a 5 gifted, but hey, hype trains can't be created every day. But I'll tell you what, we made some crazy hype trains in the past. Crazy hype trains. We've seen some crazy stuff on this channel, guys. We've been through some wild days together. Remember the reverse split on AMC? Who was streaming live on that day? Only me. The good or the bad, I'm always here. Wow, we just got a big boost on like 147. Thank you so much, man, for real, y'all. I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate y'all, man, for showing support and love, man. I appreciate that for real. I know I say it a lot, but I want you guys to know I'm super grateful. 607.71 on SPY, 23.26 here for GameStop, and then AMC at 301. All right, Brian dropping the rockets. 775 contracts, my God. Your prediction was spot on about a green day? Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I said that in yesterday's video. My videos are normally, you know, you guys know if you follow me. They're on point. Why are they just rerunning the
I'll show you this.
Oh, I thought they were rerunning it over and over again.
See this right here?
I think you see down, my personal opinion, but don't be surprised if you do see downside in the beginning. We'll be able to get a green day tomorrow, right in there. My personal opinion, for 22.91, and then we'll find the bottom there, spot on, and then we'll be able to put that pullback I called in the morning 22.80 or 22.91, and then we'll find the bottom there, and then we'll be able to push up. I think we'll be able to get a green day tomorrow, in my personal opinion. But don't be surprised if you do see downside in the beginning of the day. Kind of similar to what we've seen here, where we pulled back and then found a bottom and then pushed back up rapidly. You could see something similar tomorrow, but not as much downside. So I think we could see a green day tomorrow. I should have left this prediction because this is what happened. Almost. We pushed up higher off of here and then pulled back like that. So we pushed up higher and then pulled back and then came back up. My chart says 22.85. We bounced. We did find support at 22.91 though. Buy volatility in the morning, no fun to trade. Trading in the morning, right in the morning, is like kind of like a rookie thing to do, but you can make a lot of money. SPY still dealing with this resistance here. MACD going red, 5-minute time frame. That 10 minutes still red too. RSI's overbought multiple time frames. I wouldn't trust this, guys. You can play calls, but like if you're in, like if you buy one now, I wouldn't trust. I would not be buying calls right now. I would not. There's the RSI is just too overbought. And then MACDs are going red. Doesn't look good. We got 12 minutes remaining. 12 minutes remaining. We need one more like for 150, y'all. If you guys don't mind. U.S.-Iran strikes didn't destroy all their nukes. Oh, I figured that. Dang, GameStop a little bit of pullback, guys. Might have got some short shares dumped on us. Nope, still 3.9. AMC pulling back as well. I really want to see AMC close above $3, bro. Really want to see AMC close above $3. Come on, baby. Come on. I'm not even going to watch. I'm just going to wait. I'll come back. I'll come back. She'll be fine. She's going to close above 3. We need one more like, y'all. One more for the 150. We're getting red MACD on GameStop, y'all. SPY starting to pull back. Here. Definitely could see the sell-off in the close. Watch out for that sell-off in the close, SPY. We're getting down to the wire now, guys. 10 minutes remaining. AMC at 301. Here comes that sell-off. Please take profit on calls. Not financial advice. Take profit on calls, not financial advice. Sell-off in the close. I tried to tell you guys. It doesn't say 150 on my end. That sucks. SPY losing levels rapidly. 607.29. GameStop 23.24. Ooh, GameStop pushing up. Nice. GameStop pushing up. AMC holding $3. Yeah, sell off in the close might help GameStop leg up. That's exactly right. That's why GameStop's pushing up right now. That's exactly right. All-time highs. Good eye. That's exactly right. A pullback in the close on SPY could definitely help GameStop leg up. SPY dumping in the close as predicted. 607.20. Please take profit on calls, guys. I tried to tell you. This is institutions showing their hands. Institutions are selling on retail right now. This is institutions are the ones that make moves in the last 10 minutes. This is them showing their hand. They're going to dump on retail, guys. They're going to dump on retail. GameStop pushing up after that SPY pullback. GameStop pushing up after the SPY pullback. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. GameStop 23.26. All right, 150 likes achieved. 150 likes achieved. Thank you so much. 150 likes achieved. Now, if we could get one more subscriber, that would be even greater, but I appreciate everything you guys did today. AMC's back at 301, by the way, guys. AMC's back at 301. Come on, Amy. We need Amy to close above 3. We need Amy to close above 3. GameStop's looking pretty good. GameStop's not looking bad at all. SPY at 6 or 741. GameStop 23.25. AMC $3. Bitcoin at 105.5. What a dope ass beat. SPY at 607.26. GameStop 23.25. AMC $3. SPY really starting to pull back here, guys. SPY really starting to pull back here. 607.20. SPY really starting to sell off in the close here. Guys, SPY is dumping. 607.15. SPY is dumping. This is institutions showing their hands, dumping on retail like I said they would. I tried to warn everyone. You guys got to trust the charts, facts, and data. You guys got to trust the charts, facts, and data. SPY absolutely capitulating. 607 now, 606.99. Those 607 puts are starting to print. 607 puts are starting to print. I called it. The 607 puts will print. I called it. The 607, I'm always right in the end. You're going to see a little bit of bounce here. It's fine support, but that's fine. It's going to head into tomorrow. Not financial advice. I broke it down in the Discord. This is institutions showing their hands. $607.14 SPY. 607.10. The SPY is dumping. It's dumping, cuz. I explained it in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, you'll know about the 607s. None of this is financial advice. You must do your own research. Four minutes remaining. AMC's at 301. AMC pushing up after SPY pullback. SPY at 607.04. GameStop 23.22. Three minutes remaining. SPY 607.15. GameStop 23.23. AMC 301. SPY 607.15. GameStop 23.20.21. AMC back at 302. Can we get some rockets in the chat? We need to help Amy. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Come on. Help GameStop and Amy. We need Amy to close over 3. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, fam? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Family, wake up. Get the fuck up. SPY meeting resistance at 607.17. SPY selling off in the close as predicted. 606.95. SPY. SPY selling off in the close. SPY selling off in the close. SPY selling off in the close. SPY might close below 607. $607 puts about to close in the money. Help Amy, help GameStop. SPY is at 608, 660 or 97. 606.96, 606.88. It's dumping. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. GameStop pushing up. GameStop pushing up. GameStop pushing up. This is it. This is it. This is it. GameStop pushing off the rockets. GameStop pushing off the rockets. Let's go. And that is it. That is it. What a fucking day. What a fucking day. 607 puts closing in the money. SPY closing at 606.74. Sell off in the close as predicted. And you're going to see more sell off, ladies and gentlemen. Not financial advice. I'm going to break it down on my video tonight. Make sure you tune in around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to get that crucial time-sensitive information. AMC closing above the $3 mark as we wanted, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. And GameStop getting a push up in the close, closing at 23.29. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful day today. This was your latest episode of Dragon Ball DZ. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow to find out what happens next. And as always, I appreciate everybody who sent super chats, pressed like, hit gifted, all of that good stuff. You guys know the deal. Everybody who hit share, anything like that, man, I appreciate you. So if you don't mind, hit that like and subscribe button on the way out. $156 likes. Thank you guys so much. One brand new member. Multiple super chats. Shout out to ILM, Danny Lamb, Can't Wait, Brian with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. ILM again. ILM going crazy today. Thank you, brother. Can't wait to quit my 9 to 5. And then Chris P dropping the 5 off the rip, brother. Anubis Gaming with the daily gifted. Man, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. You always make sure we have a gifted, brother. Thank you. Shout out to everybody who looked out. Shout out everybody who pressed like, subscribed. commented, all of that good stuff. And I hope to see you guys around 8:30 p.m. Put the bell notification on so you know when I go live, and I will be live tomorrow as well. As always, fam, remember, these are the most important things in life. Having fun, staying safe, and making money. As always, y'all, peace out. See you, Bano, see you, Raul, Kai Supreme, Tyrone. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for modding, Bano. Bitcoin at 105.5, Ethereum at 2.4. What a sick beat. Man, we crush it every day, baby. I need AMC and GME to pump to get them supers flowing. Oh, did I say that out loud? See ya, Army bro. Army bro. We just passed 1,500 views. All right, see you guys. There's 80 people still here, man. I love you guys so much for staying around and just hanging out. And maybe you're just listening to the tunes or something. I don't know, but I appreciate y'all. I'm going to get offline. I'll see you guys later. Tune in for the video around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And hopefully, I hope I see you guys tomorrow. I want to see you guys tomorrow. So be easy, y'all. This is DataZero. Over and out. I'm gonna play one more commercial. I gotta get it, man. I gotta get it. All right, y'all, we going. DZ fam, peace. Shout out to YouTube Premium users. Bye, Bano.